Order, order. We start with the motion for the unopposed return. Minister to move.
Thanks, move.
Excellent. Before we begin today's business, I'd like to say a few words of appreciation for a long-standing serving member of the House Service who today is working his final shift as table clerk in the Chamber. Liam Lawrence Smith has been in the House of Commons a clerk for over 40 years. Over the past couple of decades, he has worked in a number of senior posts, including Clerk of Legislation, and for the past 2 years, he's been working part-time in the Chamber business team. I'd like to thank Liam for his service and the advice he has given to me over many years. He will no doubt continue with a role to play in international parliamentary capacity building, which has been a passion of his, and I'm sure the House will join me in wishing Liam well and his family. And just, you're welcome. And just a little of other news. The member for Strangford, it's his birthday. He'll still come back. Right, let us start. Safe State for Northern Ireland questions. Lincoln Job.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Safe State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 1 and 2 together. May I join you in your tribute to Liam Lawrence Smith and to wish a very happy birthday to the honourable member for Strangford. The Troubles Bill will establish a reformed, human rights compliant and independent legacy commission which will carry out investigations and provide family reports on behalf of families that have waited far too long for answers.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I also associate myself with the Speaker's comments about the table clerk and wish him a happy next step, and also many happy returns to the member for Strangford, of course. The second reading of the government's Northern Ireland Bill was, I think, on the 21st of November, that sort of time, and the remedial order, which removed the protections from the old Act, was passed on the 21st of January, leaving our Northern Ireland veterans, of which I am one, with no protections under the law. And how it feels rather like that the government have left our veterans in no man's land with no rounds in the magazine and no rounds in the chamber. So how is that not a dereliction of duty?
Yeah.
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman, I thank him for his service in Northern Ireland. The date for the committee stage and the next stage of the remedial order will be announced in the normal way. Just to correct the record, the protections, if he's referring to the conditional immunity scheme that was contained in the government's 2023 Legacy Act, was never enacted and has never had effect. And therefore, the position with the arrival of the newly elected government hasn't changed at all in that respect. As he will be well aware, the government has brought forward in the bill protections for veterans which were not contained in the 2023 Legacy Act, and we are consulting further with veterans, and as the Prime Minister indicated, we will bring forward further proposals when the committee stage happens.
Harry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That answer will be of very little comfort to Northern Irish veterans across the country, including the veteran from Tariff in my constituency who contacted me about this just last week. They are living in fear of vexatious claims, and I'm sure the Secretary of State recognises that. So why is the government delaying bringing this legislation back to the House?
So
say to the honourable member, first of all, there's no such thing as a vexatious prosecution, because for that argument to be advanced, which others have done in the House, one is saying that independent prosecutors bring prosecutions for vexation or politically motivated reasons, and that is not the case. When it comes to civil claims, the last government in its legislation left 800 civil claims against the MOD in place. The last government left them in place, and it's almost unknown for an individual veteran to be called to give evidence in such cases.
Claire Hanna.
One of the lingering legacies of violence in Northern Ireland is our outrageous and distressing levels of violence against women and girls in the echo of menace and threat that still exists in Northern Ireland. The murders this month of Ellie Flanagan and Amy Doherty bring to the number of 33 of women and girls who've been murdered by men they know. We grieve with their families, and we commend the family of Natalie McNally, who with decency and dignity finally got justice for that murder. Is the Secretary of State confident in all that he's doing on legacy, that all possible levers are being used to tackle the disease of misogyny, including through Northern Ireland hate crime legislation?
Well, I join my honourable friend in what she says about the recent conviction of the brutal murder of Natalie McNally and the deaths of Amy Doherty and Ellie Flanagan that have occurred. It is a source of enormous sadness and I would hope shame that Northern Ireland is the one part of the United Kingdom where it is most dangerous to be a woman when it comes to violence against women and girls. One of the things that we are doing in the Troubles Bill is we are closing the loophole that was contained in the previous government's legislation. There will now be a means of investigating any sexual-related offences that occurred during the period of the Troubles. If they meet the threshold for investigation by the Commission will investigate, but otherwise, once the bill is passed, it will fall to the PSNI to look into the case.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What reassurance can the Secretary of State give me and my constituent in Harlow that the health and well-being of veterans will be taken into account if they are required to give evidence to the Commission or coroners?
Well, we've already made that clear in the protections that we have announced that are contained within the bill, including the right to give evidence remotely, application for anonymity and no cold calling, and they have been welcomed by veterans that we're planning to put them in place.
Alex Burkhardt, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Secretary of State says there's no such thing as vexatious prosecutions. I think he would do well to remember the cases of Phil Shiner. In 1991, the SAS shot and killed 3 members of the IRA's East Tyrone Brigade in Cope. The coroner originally found that the soldiers' use of force was reasonable and proportionate and that the IRA men in question had the intent to murder. A judicial review was brought against these findings, but in October last year it was thrown out by the High Court in Belfast, with the judge saying that the case was, and I quote, ludicrous and utterly divorced from reality. This morning we hear depressingly that case is to continue 35 years after the incident and after the soldier in question has been investigated for years. How can the Secretary of State think that this is right?
Well, any citizen of the United Kingdom, as the honourable member is well aware, has a right to bring a judicial review against any decision that has been made. It is for the courts to determine that. I would join with him, having seen what the original judge said in throwing out the case, that given the fact that the inquest found that the use of force in that case was lawful, perhaps it's not surprising that the judge threw out as having no merit whatsoever. If the case is continuing, we will have to leave it to the judicial process to decide what happens, but I have confidence in our courts.
Alex Burkhardt.
Look, doesn't this case absolutely exemplify why the government's solution is entirely wrong? It reopens the door to vexatious litigation, which allows our veterans to be dragged through the courts, even when the courts themselves say that the case is ludicrous. And it also exposes the absurdity of the fact that legal aid is paying for these challenges against our veterans. We are all literally paying for lawyers to bring vexatious litigation against our troops. The government seems rightly to have paused its bill. Will it please use this opportunity to think again and take a new approach which guarantees that there are genuine protections for those who served?
Well, there I can assure the honourable gentleman there will be genuine protections. On the question of legal aid in Northern Ireland, that is a matter, as he well knows, for the Northern Ireland Executive. Given the case that he has cited, I was not aware that the last government at any point considered removing the right to bring judicial review against any decisions at all. If he's now advancing the argument that judicial review should not be available in certain cases, well, I would say good luck to him, because it is a foundation of our legal system.
Paul Curley, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a recent visit to Northern Ireland, I met with numerous stakeholders, including veterans, victims and survivors, all of whom are seeking justice. Yet I fear both the former Legacy Act and the current Troubles Bill conceive of justice too narrowly, by the constricting lens of lawyers preoccupied with criminal sanctions and civil compensation. Stakeholders want answers, not retribution. That is why I've tabled amendments to the Troubles Bill to formally provide the option of a restorative justice pathway for the many victims of the Troubles who simply want to know what happened. Does the Secretary of State agree that restorative justice has an important role to play in reconciliation, and will he meet with me to discuss supporting my amendments?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm always happy to meet with the honourable gentleman, and the House will have an opportunity in due course to consider the amendments that he has put down. Most of the victims that I've met, I'm sure that the same is true for the victims and families that he has met, are looking for answers. Most of them recognise that with the passage of time, the prospect of prosecutions of anybody are diminishing rapidly, and part of the focus of the Commission is to help those families to find answers. How families are then reconciled to the terrible loss that they have suffered, in the end, it will be for each family to find their own way of doing that.
Gavin Robbins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State and the Labour Government promised the people of Northern Ireland that they would repeal and replace the Legacy Act. They have not. They promised through this 2-year extended parliamentary session that they would deliver legislation that attained support across the community. They have not. It is delayed at the moment because of discord amongst his own benches. What does he say to the victims of Northern Ireland who want to see progress?
Well, I say very simply that the government is keen to progress this. It is a very complex, as the right honourable gentleman knows, it's a very complex piece of legislation, because in part it is having to fix the mess that the Legacy Act 2023 left with this government to deal with. I make no apology for taking time to make sure that we get the legislation right, because as he knows, this is the last best hope we have.
Gavin Robbins.
The Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee has just heard from the Chief Constable of the PSNI, John Boucher, who indicated that he, the Secretary of State, has put in a claim to Treasury for an additional hundreds of millions of pounds to fund the Legacy Commission, but yet the PSNI has nothing. They have £200 million of civil liability cases with them. They have no resources to progress. Even if they were asked for information, they couldn't provide it. Does he recognise there's a legacy funding deficit within the PSNI, and will he too similarly seek money for them?
Well, I would say to the right honourable gentleman that the creation of the Legacy Commission took away from the PSNI some 1,000 cases. 1,000 cases that it fell to them to investigate, and that cost has been transferred to the Legacy Commission. Whoever is investigating them, whatever the system is, they will have to be looked into, and when they are looked into, disclosure will be required.
Paul Forster.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 3, 10 and 11 together. On the 10th of April, we will celebrate the anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which nearly 30 years ago brought an end to the Troubles and enabled Northern Ireland to establish a power-sharing government. In the years since, Northern Ireland has been transformed, and I look forward to working with everyone to make further progress.
Paul Foster.
We approach the anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, historic in that it ultimately delivered peace for a generation. With the knowledge that it requires constant political cooperation and public support, its biggest challenge, no doubt, is the Tory reform policy of leaving the ECHR. If the UK left the ECHR, it would undermine a core principle of the agreement. Does the Secretary of State agree that there are some within this chamber that would wholly compromise the peace in Northern Ireland for short-lived, ill-judged political gain?
So State.
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend, and I do not understand why some are advocating removing the ECHR from the Good Friday Agreement. It would be highly irresponsible, and I think it shows a complete lack of understanding about what the agreement involved, because you cannot just walk in and pull out one of its pillars for the sake of party ideology.
That's a good talk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Good Friday Agreement was a landmark achievement of the last Labour government, and it is a beacon of hope for conflict-affected states around the world. Now, before coming into this place, I had the privilege of witnessing and experiencing Northern Ireland young people's leadership in this area, where they shared their experiences and the lessons from the Good Friday Agreement. So with that in mind, can the Secretary of State tell me what he is doing to share the UK's expertise and to ensure that others affected by conflict can benefit from it as well?
Secretary of State.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend. The biggest lesson of the Good Friday Agreement is it takes immense political courage to say yes rather than to go on saying no. And to pick up her point, back in the end of last year, the Foreign Secretary convened the Western Balkan countries under the Berlin process at Hillsborough Castle, and the First and Deputy First Minister talked through how Northern Ireland has made this extraordinary progress. One example of how the lessons of that agreement are being heard around the world.
Bill Ribera, Addy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Good Friday Agreement recognised the importance of addressing the suffering of victims of the Troubles. Legislating for this remains unfinished business, as does the implementation of a border poll, for which there is significant support in the North. As we approach the anniversary, does the Secretary of State agree that it's time to take action on both?
Secretary of State.
I say to my honourable friend that the provisions relating to a border poll are very clearly set out in the Good Friday Agreement. There is one criterion that governs such a decision. There is no evidence at the moment that there is a majority for a constitutional change in Northern Ireland, and I commit to the House that I've done before. I will uphold in letter and spirit that bit of the Good Friday Agreement.
Yeah. Sir Julian.
Mr. Speaker, could I add to the tributes paid to the table clerk? In all of the advice he's given in the last 40 years, he gave particularly good advice on the meaningful vote, which left many of us traumatised, but he developed a great expertise in. As we celebrate the Good Friday Agreement, can I urge the Secretary of State to be crystal clear to the Northern Ireland Assembly and Northern Ireland politicians that there's going to be less money coming from GB, there needs to be revenue raising, and there needs to be a sole focus on economic growth for the next session of the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Well, I agree with the right honourable gentleman that economic growth is the answer to many of the questions that the Executive and the Assembly are facing. Northern Ireland, with its dual market access, has an extraordinary opportunity, along with its innovation and ingenuity. Being in government requires taking difficult decisions with the money you've got. We're giving a record settlement to the Executive. They have to decide how to spend it most effectively.
Jim Ellis.
As the Secretary of State talks up the Belfast Agreement, he of course ignores the fact that its primary pledge of no constitutional change without consent has been trashed by the Windsor Framework, in that Article 6 of our Acts of Union, no less, has been suspended, and Northern Ireland, in 300 areas, is subject to foreign jurisdiction. That is constitutional change without consent. And more than that, the guarantee of cross-community support was removed in order to force through the 4-year extension of the protocol. So, surely the Secretary of State should realise that the Belfast Agreement has been hollowed out in order to promote the nationalist agenda, which he seems so ready to embrace.
Well, I don't accept the argument that the honourable gentleman advances, either in relation to the Good Friday Agreement. When it comes to the Windsor Framework, those who advocated to leave the European Union didn't think about the consequences to entities, one open border, how you're going to ensure that goods that cross the border meet the rules of the respective entity. And that is what the Windsor Framework is seeking to do. But the government is negotiating an SPS agreement with the EU, which has been widely welcomed by all parties across Northern Ireland.
Campbell.
Speaker, in any marking of the end of violence, does the Secretary of State agree with me that a key date is in fact 1994, when the main violence perpetrators, the IRA, finally woke up to the reality of their ranks being riddled with informants, were running out of options, and they declared a ceasefire. That was then followed by a loyalist paramilitary ceasefire doing likewise. But civilised society should never applaud or celebrate murderers ceasing doing what they never should have started in the first place.
Well, I say to the honourable gentleman, there was always an alternative to violence, always an alternative, and that recognition was finally reached when the Good Friday Agreement was negotiated and signed, and Northern Ireland has seen the benefit since. And it shows, as I indicated earlier, instead of saying no, which happened repeatedly on all sides, when you're finally prepared to compromise in the interests of peace, enormous benefits flow, in this case to Northern Ireland and elsewhere in the world.
Alex Easton.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we are indebted, all of us, to the men and women who serve in our police force, who day in, day out work to keep our communities safe. I know the PSNI purchased the site in the honourable member's constituency last year. He will obviously know that policing and justice is devolved, so the next steps are for the PSNI and the executive to discuss a way forward.
Alex Easton.
Would the Minister agree that policing in Northern Ireland has consistently showcased excellence with some of the most courageous public service anywhere in the UK, and that the development of a new police college on a 54-acre site at Holywood represents a unique opportunity to build the expertise? Would he agree to a site meeting with me to discuss funding opportunities to develop that policing college in Northern Ireland?
No problem. Minister.
I would be very happy to join the honourable member at that visit. He makes his case very powerfully. He pays rightfully tribute to the brave men and women who serve in our police, and I'm sure the executive will have heard his case for the PSNI as well.
Douglas McAllister.
Question number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Northern Ireland will directly benefit from the spring forecast, with almost £390 million in additional funding to the executive over the next 3 years, including £231 million in 2026-27. This is money the executive could use to deliver on its priorities, including the transformation of public services and promoting economic growth.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The £379 million in Barnett consequentials announced by our Chancellor earlier this month is on top of the £370 million of extra funding announced in the budget, all in addition to the £19 billion of funding settlement announced at the spending review. So does the Minister agree with me that this record level of investment, and it's now for the executive to produce a balanced multi-year budget that will deliver for the people of Northern Ireland?
I do agree with my honourable friend. The government has taken a decision to enable, if the executive wishes to do so, to agree a multi-year budget. Discussions are taking place. We've had the open book exercise, and I hope that the Northern Ireland executive, given those considerable additional resources, will be able to find a way forward.
Sammy Wilson.
As a result of the government's mismanagement of the economy, the spring statement forecast that economic growth would go down, wage growth would go down, and also that we would have an increase in inflation, all of which will hit Northern Ireland more severely than other parts of the United Kingdom. Yet the government refuses to do anything about the massive costs of the Windsor Framework, and has imposed from the 1st of July carbon taxes on sea transport across from GB to Northern Ireland, which will hit our economy even harder. Why is the government ignoring the real issues facing the Northern Ireland economy, both through its actions and its inactivity?
Go through. Secretary of State.
I don't accept the right honourable gentleman's characterisation of what the government is doing. It has brought economic stability to the country after the disaster of the previous government. It has given record support to the Northern Ireland Executive, and we are working through our negotiations with the EU to reduce the impact of the Windsor Framework. The SPS agreement, as I said a moment ago, widely welcome across Northern Ireland, is a really good example of that.
Yes. Chair of the Select Committee, Tony Antoniazzi.
Mr. Speaker, while this funding in the spring statement is welcome, the Secretary of State told us that he was looking at alternative sources for funding of the charity sector because of the disappointment in Northern Ireland over the local growth fund split of 70-30. Could he update the House on his conversations?
Yes, I am working very hard together with the voluntary sector and I hope the Executive to find a way forward. There is £9 million available in resource to fund those schemes from the 1st of April. I held a meeting to encourage the voluntary sector to apply for a bid to Peace Plus, and with the considerable additional resources that have been made available to the Northern Ireland Executive, it is open to them to make a contribution so that the economic inactivity programmes, which we all value enormously, can continue.
Northern Ireland Office and Treasury are doing an open book exercise on all departments of the Northern Ireland Executive and how they're spending their block grant allocations. Will the Secretary of State commit to publishing any findings that they find?
It will be a report from the Treasury to the Northern Ireland Executive. It is for the Executive to take the decision, but I say from this dispatch box, I would welcome its publication.
Mike Wood, Shadow Minister.
Mr. Speaker, hospitality adds nearly £2 billion to Northern Ireland's economy, supporting more than 75,000 jobs. But last year, more than 2,000 hospitality workers in Northern Ireland lost their jobs. So does the Secretary of State agree with Unite the Union, of which I know he's a member, that this is the result of the government's disastrous national insurance rises?
The national insurance rise decision that the Chancellor took in her first budget was necessary because of the woeful economic legacy left to this government by its predecessor. And if the honourable gentleman is not prepared to recognise that very basic fact, he's not been paying attention.
We come to Prime Minister's questions. Cat Smith.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An attack on Britain's Jewish community is an attack on all of us. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that London ambulances have now replaced the Hatzola ambulances and that the NHS will pay for the permanent replacements. We're also accelerating our social cohesion plan to strengthen our British values of tolerance, decency and respect. Mr. Speaker, we're also strengthening our communities by extending Pride in Place, announcing the locations of 7 new towns and delivering over 300 new school-based nurseries. This is investment in our high streets, more homes and action to support working people with the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, today we will also celebrate the installation of the new Archbishop of Canterbury. It's a key role in our national life, and I wish her every success. This morning I had meetings with Ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for the £47 million that this government has given to Lancashire County Council to repair potholes. However, my constituents still feel like they need a moon buggy to navigate the streets of Lancashire. So would you agree with me that the reformed councillors at Lancashire County Council are clearly wired to the moon if they think they're making effective use of this £47 million?
Well, can I extend my sympathy to residents in Lancashire who are being utterly failed by their reformed county council? And, Mr. Speaker, it's the same picture across the country. In Kent, Reform are cutting social care. In Worcestershire, they're hiking council tax by 9%, despite promising lower taxes. In Staffordshire, the scandals and infighting have been so bad, the Reform are on their 4th leader in 11 months. It's a warning to the whole country. Reform have nothing to offer but chaos, grievance and division.
opposition, Kemi Bainall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Prime Minister 6 questions last week, and he didn't answer a single one. He has a duty to this House, Mr. Speaker, to answer the question. Let's see if he can do better this week. I'll start with a simple one. Will the Prime Minister approve the licences for Rosebank and Jackdaw gas fields in the North Sea?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, under statute, that is a matter for the Secretary of State, as she knows, because it's the same arrangements that were in place under the last government. Licences were granted, they were then struck down because of the defects in the process of the last government. But, Mr. Speaker, oil and gas is coming out of the North Sea 24/7. It will be part of the energy mix for many years to come. We fully support all existing oil and gas fields throughout their lifespan, and in November we made changes to extend to allow neighbouring fields to be exploited. But we need to take control of our energy prices. The only way to do that is through renewables. The party opposite used to make that argument. One of their senior figures in 22 said this: it's investment in nuclear and renewables that will reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and keep our consumer costs down. Who was that senior figure? The Leader of the Opposition.
This is not the day to be thrown out with a 2-week break coming. Kemi Bainall.
Mr. Speaker, we can have renewables and oil and gas. He says it's a matter for the Secretary of State. He says it's a matter for the Secretary of State. I thought he was the Prime Minister, and he loves to hide behind legal process every single time. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, what a Director of Public... What? Have
Order. Mr. Yeltsin, you don't want to test my patience, I'm sure. Kemi Bainall.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister loves to hide behind legal process. I wonder what a Director of Public Prosecutions would make of the defence. Sorry, I can't produce my WhatsApps. My phone's been stolen. The Jackdaw gas field could be up and running before winter. All that gas would be used here in the UK to heat 1.6 million homes. That is enough to power Norfolk, Suffolk and Essex put together. So will the Prime Minister approve the licences, or is the Energy Secretary running the government?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, legislation has been passed. It's absolutely clear that the quasi-judicial duty under the legislation rests with the Secretary of State. I really think, if she's going to put this challenge to me, she needs to read the legislation. That is the legislation that they applied for 14 years. It's exactly the legislation that they used to put the licences in place, which were then struck down because the process was defective. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, when Russia invaded Ukraine, energy prices doubled. The 12-day war, oil prices hit £100 a barrel. In the last 4 weeks, because we're on the fossil fuel roller coaster, everybody has been held to ransom. The only way forward is to go further and faster on renewables. And the leader... Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition's approach is to outsource our foreign policy and let the US decide whether we go to war, to outsource our energy policy to Russia and Iran and let them set the price of energy. I will never do that because it's not in the British national interest.
Mr. Speaker, he is hiding behind so many people. He is the Prime Minister. He can make this decision today. He can. He can. He is so weak, he's the first person to be pushed around by the Energy Secretary. Let me remind him, Mr. Speaker, let me remind him who is on my side. The unions, yes, GMB, they're on my side. Tony Blair. Mr. Speaker, Renewable UK, the very people that he's talking about, they are saying drill in the North Sea. Centrica, Octopus Energy, even Labour MPs. Let me quote the Labour member for Pembrokeshire who says, Offshoring our carbon emissions might give a sense of moral superiority, but it is simply impoverishing our communities. We agree. So why does the Prime Minister think he knows better than everyone else?
I'm going to have one more go. The legislation, the statute, the law prescribes the decision maker. They know that. They should be embarrassed that she doesn't even... She's attacking me without having read the legislation. The legislation sets out who the decision maker is. It's the Secretary of State. It is not the Prime Minister. It has to be the Secretary of State, and it's a quasi-judicial process, exactly the process that they ran for many years. And, Mr. Speaker, oil and gas is part of the mix for many years to come, but we do need to get onto renewables. But, Mr. Speaker, we're discussing this because of the war. We need to de-escalate. And that is, yes, we are. That is why I stuck to my principles not to join the war and to act in collective self-defence. I appreciate the Leader of the Opposition doesn't get that. She wanted to jump into the war without regard to the consequences and then do a mother of all U-turns. And now she's stranded without a thought-through position. And, Mr. Speaker, when she was asked at the weekend whether she approved of the war, she said, that's a difficult one. It certainly is if you've got absolutely no judgment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to let the Prime Minister in on a secret. He's the Prime Minister. He can change the legislation. Hiding behind the Energy Secretary is pathetic. Mr. Speaker, under his Labour government, we buy half the gas we use from Norway. Last year, Norway's Labour government drilled 49 wells in the North Sea. That's what Norway's Labour government did. How many did Britain drill? 0. For the first time since 1964, under his government, Britain drilled no wells. Why is energy security the right policy for Labour in Norway, but the wrong policy for Labour in Britain?
Mr. Speaker, so now our attack is if you changed and passed some different law, you could take the decision, which she's challenged me today for not taking. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, all that would do is to slow the process down. Oil and gas is coming out every day. There's a mix of that and renewables. But it's really important, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing to get energy security is to ensure we de-escalate this war. I know where I stand on this. We are not joining the war. She wanted to join the war. She didn't think through the consequences, and now she doesn't know where she stands on the most important issue facing this country at this time.
Mr. Speaker, the Norwegian Prime Minister is doing what is right for his country. If only our Prime Minister would do the same. Stopping all new drilling in the North Sea was a reckless promise when he made it before the election. In the middle of a global energy crisis, it is catastrophic. Experts are predicting a £300 rise in bills in July. Approving new licences would show he was serious about cutting bills. Why won't he do it?
Mr. Speaker, because of the action that we've taken, bills are coming down by up to £100 household bills next month. Then they will be capped for 3 months. That's what we're doing to protect households across the country. And who voted against it? The Tories and Reform, because they just don't get the impact on working people that we will protect.
Mr. Speaker, he says bills are coming down. They are higher than they were when he came into office. And he's talking about, what they're doing to help with energy bills. Families and businesses will suffer from the spike in energy costs because of his decisions. He could abolish the green taxes on their bills. He could stop the fuel duty rise. We could drill our own gas in the North Sea. What's he doing? He is planning another giveaway to people on welfare. Yet again, he's taking money from those who do work to give to those who don't. First, we had the budget for Benefit Street. Now it's the bailout for Benefit Street. Doesn't this just prove that they've given up being the Labour Party and they're now just the welfare party?
Mr. Speaker, the spike... they're the ones that double spend on welfare, Mr. Speaker. They're the ones with a broken system. And when we tried to mend it, what did they do? They voted against it.
Order. Mr Dewhurst, you're tempting my patience. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, she talks about the spike in energy prices. That's because of the war, which I say we shouldn't join, and she says we should join without following through on the consequences. And time again, she gets the big calls absolutely wrong. She wanted to drag us into the war. She got that wrong. She opposed taking control of energy security, and she got that wrong. She opposed our decision to cut energy bills, and she got that wrong. And she seriously thinks that'll make her relevant, and she's got that wrong.
Debbie Abrams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for the new funding for 3 new primary school nurseries in Oldham? But can I ask him specifically about Monday's liaison committee, when he agreed that Israeli settlements in the West Bank are unlawful and that their expansion threatens the viability of a Palestinian state? Will he confirm, as he said he would, that any potential bidder for EU1 contracts from the UK knows that this is unlawful? And will he set out exactly what will happen as a consequence?
Mr Speaker, let me do that. The Israeli settlements, including the E1 settlement, are a flagrant breach of international law and threaten the viability of the two-state solution. That's why, alongside international partners, we've sanctioned those responsible and their supporters who incite violence. We've consistently urged the Israeli government to act to stop these incidents. We also recommend that settlement products are labelled so that consumers are informed, and will continue to take the necessary action to defend Palestinians and protect the two-state solution.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about Monday's despicable attacks on the Jewish community? Anti-Semitism has no place in our society, and given the potential links with the IRGC, I hope the government will move faster to prescribe them as terrorists. And Mr Speaker, as a former Secretary of State for Energy who granted licences for oil and gas exploration, can I make a judgment on this argument? The Prime Minister is actually right, and the Leader Opposition is wrong. Mr Speaker, the law is clear, and I believe in the rule of law. Mr Speaker, just before President Trump posted about his supposed negotiations with Iran on Monday, traders made hundreds of millions of dollars of extra bets on oil futures. This looks like Donald Trump giving his mates insider information so they can make themselves richer, while his illegal war in Iran makes everyone else poorer. This looks like corruption of the very worst kind. Does the Prime Minister share my fear that Trump is making his war decisions based on what enriches himself and his friends rather than what makes peace in the Middle East?
Prime Minister. Well, can I thank him for his verdict? At least he's read the law that she obviously hasn't read. But, Mr Speaker, in relation to the traders, we've seen the activity there. What I can say is that all of my decisions are based in the best interests of our country, and that's why I've decided that we will not get dragged into the war, unlike the Leader of the Opposition, and I've decided we will act in collective self-defence of ourselves and our allies. And so I comment on my actions, and they're the principles behind my actions.
Red Davey.
Mr Speaker, if Trump's war pushes up energy bills by £500, the Chancellor's very narrow plan simply won't cut it. And while I don't fall for the crocodile tears of the leader of the Conservatives, who cheered on this illegal war without a thought for the impact on people's energy bills, and the government is right to reject repeating Liz Truss's blanket cheque approach. But, Mr Speaker, the government can't ignore the millions of families who don't get benefits, who already face a cost of living crisis. So can the Prime Minister at least guarantee to all those families and pensioners that he won't let their energy bills go up by £500 this year?
Let me say my verdict. He's right about the Leader of the Opposition wanting to join the war, and she's wrong about that. At least he's read the legislation that I'm being challenged on. It does help. It does help. At least he's right. It was the leader of their party that said, let's all go to war without thinking through the consequences. We're now discussing the consequences. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the support, we've made clear the principles, the approach we'll take. We'll keep this under careful review. Energy bills for households are frozen until are capped until the end of June. It's really important I make clear that that's whatever happens in the conflict, because I know the public are concerned about that. We will then put in place appropriate support and look at how we put the principles behind it.
Durham Paffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks on the terrible Golders Green attacks? Mr. Speaker, rebuilding trust and integrity in our democracy matters deeply to my constituents in Southampton. Shamefully, it doesn't matter at all to some, particularly the senior Reform UK politician who has been convicted of taking bribes from Russia. Does the Prime Minister agree that there has never been a more urgent need to defend our country from hostile forces who would try to undermine our democracy? And will he set out what concrete steps he is taking to crack down on foreign interference in British politics?
Prime Minister. Can I thank my honourable friend? He makes a powerful point. Mr. Speaker, the Communities Secretary will make a statement later on the Rycroft review, which sets out the stark threats posed by illicit finance. I can tell the House we will act decisively to protect our democracy. That will include a moratorium on all political donations made through cryptocurrencies. I hope that will be welcomed across the House. There is only one party leader who has shown he will say anything, no matter how divisive, if he's paid to do so.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Smash the gangs. That is what the Prime Minister promised us. Trust me, I will stop the boats from coming. But 70,000 later, and 1,000 in the last week, and too many young men that pose a threat to national security. Is it not time to admit Smash the Gangs has been a total abject failure, along, frankly, with most of his other policies? Isn't it now time, he told us, as summer approaches, what is Plan B?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is from the man and the party that voted against giving law enforcement counter-terrorism-style powers to tackle them. So he wants the grievance, he doesn't want it sorted. And he has absolutely no judgment. He again said, let's join the war, let's all go to war. I want to make it perfectly clear he wants the war. A week later, screeching U-turn, we don't want to go to war. And he says, trust his judgment. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to take anything he says seriously. He promised lower tax, and now Reform councils are hiking council tax by 9%. In Worcestershire, this is what he said about Worcestershire. He said, we took control of a virtually bankrupt council. I wish we hadn't bothered. He asked for people's votes, and then he abandons them. Reform don't want to solve problems, they only want to exploit them. I am thankful for the opportunity to change this country for the better. He says he wishes he hadn't bothered winning councils, because they're an absolute disgrace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for the £35 million of funding announced this week to transform Crucible Theatre and keep the world...
Order! I want to hear this member's question, especially those who are interested in snooker. Dr. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for the £35 million of funding announced this week to transform the Crucible Theatre and keep the World Snooker Championship at the heart of Sheffield? I want my constituents to be able to enjoy this fantastic tournament day and night, travelling by tram train from Stocksbridge to Sheffield via Outerbridge, Warncliffe Side and Deepcar. I'm grateful for our South Yorkshire Mayor, Oliver Coppard, for kick-starting these plans. Will the Prime Minister work with me and the South Yorkshire Mayor to ensure we get spades in the ground for a tram train extension to Stocksbridge as soon as possible so my constituents can enjoy the snooker?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I see Reform of Works walked out. They obviously realise they're absolutely snookered. Mr. Speaker.
No, I don't think so.
Sheffield and the Crucible Theatre are the beating heart of snooker, and I am delighted that we'll host the World Snooker Championships for many years to come, because this is what Labour stands for, investing in things that make us proud of the places that we live. Can I reassure my honourable friend we're working closely with South Yorkshire Combined Authority on better transport links, providing over £1.4 billion to spend on their priorities, which could include a new tram fleet, more modern stops or deliver extensions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met my constituents Rob and Lizzie at the King's Arms Hotel in Melrose, which we run as part of a family business of 10 hotels across Scotland. They employ over 250 people, but their national insurance bill is going up by £288,000 because of Labour's tax on jobs. We need to get Britain working again, but this government's policies are doing the opposite. Does the Prime Minister understand the damage that he is doing to our economy, and how does he expect businesses like this to survive?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the steps we've taken have been to repair the damage that was done by the previous government, and we took those steps, and the spring statement showed the results of those steps. Inflation coming down, interest rates coming down, and the economy stabilised. I know they don't understand that because they blew up the economy in the first place.
Tony on Tony answer.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents Tony and Rebecca Wadley received insulation under the Tory government's Eco4 scheme, but the work left their home with black mould, leaks, damp and even a solar fire, damage now requiring £100,000 worth of repairs. Rebecca is suicidal, Tony has had pneumonia, their asthmatic son cannot live at home, and like many others they are required under the rules to use the same contractor responsible for the faulty work, only up to £20,000. Now, will the Prime Minister commit to overhauling this broken system so that my constituents and many others can receive fully funded repairs carried out by a competent builder?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, an independent audit of the previous government's failed insulation schemes show unacceptable levels of failings. We've acted to make sure poor quality installations are fixed. It is important that those responsible are held to account for the cost of remediating the issues. I do recognise that there are some complicated cases. I'll make sure a Minister looks at her constituent's case and that urgent action is taken.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister says that he's concerned about the cost of living. So can he explain why he allowed his government minister to give permission to reform-led Worcestershire County Council to inflict that 9% council tax hike on my constituents?
Mr. Speaker, Reform have to take responsibility for their decisions, and they've moved out.
John Trickett.
Mr. Speaker, two members of the same family in my constituency recently suffered serious health problems. The NHS was there for them, as you would expect, and they're both hopefully now on the road to recovery. But the recently departed honourable member had a different idea, that we should have an insurance-based health policy, an American-style policy, and that family, whose cost would have been $1.2 million, would have been crucified financially by what happened. So will the Prime Minister take the opportunity to say that our principles on the NHS are that it's universal for everybody, that wealth does not give you privileged access, and that this is a public service, not a private service?
Prime Minister. I'm deeply sorry to hear about the case that he raises. We are the party of the NHS, and we will always fight to ensure that it remains free at the point of use. Mr. Speaker, we inherited an NHS on its knees, but we are seeing progress. Waiting lists are down, Patient satisfaction is improving. We got the best ambulance response times for half a decade. There's much more to do, but we're delivering the investment that's needed, and it was opposed by who? The Tories and the now departed Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Susan suffered horrific, unimaginable, lifelong injury from a pelvic mesh implant. She lost her business, her marriage, her health, and lives in constant 24-hour pain. I'd like to congratulate the new Minister for Public Health on her appointment after her tireless campaigning on this issue, which has clearly been recognised. But more than 2 years after the Hughes report set out clear recommendations for redress, thousands of women like Susan are still waiting for a government response. So can the Prime Minister tell Susan and the thousands of other women like her how much longer they will have to wait?
Minister.
Can I thank her for raising Susan's case, and it's really important that she does so, and I'm deeply sorry for the enduring harm that patients have suffered. Ministers have met campaigners and the Patient Safety Commissioner to discuss their recommendations, and I can assure her we will provide a full response to the Hughes report recommendations at the earliest opportunity. And I'm happy for ministers to update her on the actions we've taken and to discuss the particular case that she's raised with me.
Dr. Ellison-Gardner.
Mr. Speaker. I recently met with Graham and Malcolm, who bravely shared their lived experience of addiction to monkey dust, a synthetic cathinone causing significant problems in Stoke-on-Trent. They shared their challenges to recovery caused by a lack of joined-up working between local services, including mental health and housing. I am now setting up a task force to address these gaps and to learn from excellent local projects such as Sphere. Will the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss how, together, as a country, we can tackle this pernicious drug?
Can I thank her for her work? She's right to highlight the growing threat posed by dangerous synthetic drugs. Alongside deploying new detection methods at the border to seize drugs, we're investing in better mental health support and drug addiction treatment with almost 26 million for Stoke-on-Trent. I'll ask the Health Minister to discuss her important work with her.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as we move towards the Easter recess, I'm sure the Prime Minister's thoughts are turning to the miracle of resurrection. But constituents in Bromley and Biggin Hill have asked me to resurrect something, and that is cash in shops. 1 in 7 shops in the last year has moved to a cashless organisation, which risks leaving behind those on low income or the elderly. And indeed, we've heard today of the risk of moving to digital devices for our economic liberty, as mobile phones could be lost or stolen or other. So what is the Prime Minister doing to ensure that nobody is left behind in a cashless society?
Well, it is really important that nobody is left behind in a cashless society. The vast majority are moving online, but we need to remember that some don't want to or can't, and we have to make sure there's provision in place for them as well, and I'm grateful to him for raising that.
Matt Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has shown that it takes seriously the issues of justice and violence against women and girls. In my constituency, I have been made aware of a case where 2 children of a convicted paedophile have been trying to change their surname but can't because both parents have to agree. They are caught in a trap not of their own making. Will my right honourable friend agree to meet with me and all the relevant minister to hear how the legal system is denying justice to these children and what we can do about it? Thank you.
Can I thank him for raising this? And it is shocking and horrifying to hear what these children have to go through. I'm absolutely clear in my mind that should not be happening. And I can inform you, I've instructed the Justice Ministers to look at what they can do. They are going to review the payments and see what else they can do. And so I'm really pleased he's raised this, so we can now act on it, and I'll make sure that he gets the meeting that he's asking for.
Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are responsible worldwide and here in the United Kingdom for the rise of anti-Semitism, inciting extreme Islam attacks, and at the same time attacking dissident Iranians and British citizens, as well as fomenting all sorts of hate marches. A very simple question. We are now at war with Iran, whether we like it or not. But the reality for us, therefore, is that we have never dealt with this organisation. And I simply ask the Prime Minister, doesn't matter, it's not party political, I simply ask him, Can he make the decision now that they will proscribe this brutal bunch of thugs and send them packing or arrest them and put them in jail? Now, right now, get rid of this organisation.
I thank him for raising this. It is really important and serious. He knows that we've sanctioned the IRGC in its entirety, and we've posed over 230 sanctions since coming into office. The existing prescription powers are not designed for a state organisation, but we do keep this under review, as did the last government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 16th of July 2005, Private Leon Spicer and Private Philip Hewitt, both from Tamworth, and Second Lieutenant Richard Shearer from Nuneaton, were tragically killed in Iraq. More than 20 years on, our communities continue to remember their service and reflect on the ultimate sacrifice that they made. The Staffordshire 3 group, chaired by Anthony Firth, has worked tirelessly to fundraise for a memorial, which is due to be unveiled next month, and to which the Prime Minister is, of course, warmly invited. Will the Prime Minister join me in paying tribute to these 3 brave men and in commending the Staffordshire 3 group for their dedication in ensuring that their legacy is never forgotten?
Can I thank my honourable friend for the invitation? And can I join her in paying tribute to Private Leon Spencer, Private Philip Hewitt and Second Lieutenant Richard Shearer? Their bravery and sacrifice in defence of our values will never be forgotten, and I'm delighted to hear a memorial will be unveiled. Can I also pay tribute to all those serving today in the Middle East, shooting down threats from our allies and protecting our people?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also associate myself with the Prime Minister's remark about the attack on the Jewish community in Golders Green. There is no place for hatred, anti-Semitism or violence of any kind against individuals. Mr. Speaker, an independent panel of senior judges found no basis for misconduct proceedings against the British Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, Karim Khan, King's Counsel. Yet reports suggest that elements within the court's governing body are seeking to disregard those findings, while ICC officials continue to face external pressure and sanctions. Therefore, given the UK's commitment to the rule of law and as a human rights lawyer himself, what steps will the Prime Minister set out to defend the independence of the ICC and to support British nationals carrying out international judicial roles?
Prime Minister.
I'm not going to comment on the internal proceedings of the court. As he knows, we support the court. We are party to the treaty and there are legal obligations that flow from that.
It's in order for David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Southend Western Lee, we have a cohesive and diverse community with a significant Jewish population and a thriving Muslim community and many others from various different backgrounds, all living together and supporting each other. I was therefore appalled to learn of the arson attack against the Jewish community in Golders Green this week, and I'm deeply concerned at the Shadow Justice Secretary's outrageous comments last week about the community iftar in Trafalgar Square, seemingly supported by the leader of the opposition. Can the Prime Minister assure me and my worried constituents that he and his government will do all they can to stamp out hate and hate speech in our communities?
Can I say again what a shocking anti-Semitic attack it was in Golders Green and be absolutely clear that an attack on British Jews is an attack on all of us. And Mr. Speaker, on Monday morning I met British community, Jewish community leaders to talk through what we could do on ambulances, on security and on the social cohesion plan. Can I also say this? I was really struck by the fact that the Jewish community came out last week against the comments of the Shadow Justice Secretary, standing in solidarity with Muslims who wanted to pray in Trafalgar Square. And equally, on Monday at the Eid event we had, Muslims stood in solidarity with our Jewish community. That is Britain, contrary to what the Shadow Justice Secretary said last week, supported by the Leader of the Opposition. That is how far they've fallen.
Mr. Speaker, Thames Water is lurching from crisis to crisis. Last year, it was let off record fines for pumping sewage into our rivers by Ofwat. It is allowed to do so under rules that are laid out in the Water Act of 1991. Will he consider scrapping those rules to stop Ofwat letting water companies off the hook?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank him for raising this? And it is deeply concerning, and we're looking at what more we can do, because it's been too much of too concern for too long, and so we need to act.
Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, as the COVID inquiry graphically laid bare last week, the NHS was starved of the investment it needed under the party opposite. Nowhere more so than at Northwick Park Hospital, whose brave and extraordinary staff worked round the clock during COVID, looking after many of my constituents. Given the very welcome substantial investment that the government has committed to improve the NHS, will my right honourable friend encourage the Health Secretary to support plans for a new intensive care unit at Northwick Park?
Prime Minister.
The COVID report is a stark reminder, Mr. Speaker, of the extraordinary efforts of health workers to keep this country safe. We are delivering record investment and reform that our NHS needs. Whilst decisions about local infrastructure are made by integrated care boards, I'll make sure that he gets a meeting with the Minister to discuss his particular care. Today, Mr. Speaker, NHS satisfaction rates have risen for the first time since the pandemic. That is the difference that a Labour government is making.
Neil Shrewsbury-Hurst's final question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the 21st of November of last year, Robert Clancy, a hugely valued and much loved member of my staff, took his own life. He was 29. While successive governments have done a great deal to deal with the scourge of suicide in this country, there is much more that can be done. Will the Prime Minister personally commit to meet with me to discuss how we can prevent others experiencing the unimaginable pain that Rob's family and friends have endured?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising the case of Robert Clancy? We are happy to work across the House on all that we can do in relation to suicide. I'm pleased that we've been able to put in place a strategy. That is the action of this government, but it needs to be the action of all of us. And I'll make sure he gets the meeting that he is asking for, and thank him again for raising this case. It's really important that he does so.
Please, Prime Minister's questions.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I can hear you. Don't worry, sir. Unfortunately. Everybody's walking in front of you. It doesn't do you any benefit or me. Sir Edmund Lee, point of order.
Can I refer you to paragraph 22.9 of Erskine May, which stresses the primary importance of ministerial responsibility. Now, we've got to admit that Prime Ministers have always tried to dodge questions at Prime Minister's question time, and you're not responsible for the answers they give. But what we have seen in recent weeks is not just dodging questions, but every question asked to the Prime Minister, he refers to the Leader of the Opposition's policies. This is not Leader of the Opposition policies, it's Prime Minister's and the whole...
Can I just say, once again, I said last week, I have not the responsibility or the authority for the answers. What I would say is, it's incumbent on ministers to try and ensure there is an answer. But it is not for me to judge whether the answer is correct or not. You will be politicising the chair. If that's what the House wishes to do, by all means do so. But I have not got the power. Once again, I reiterate what I said last week. Point of order, Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is point of order. And can I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker, about what the rules are in this chamber, about how many questions a member needs to stay in the chamber for?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever, because we're in questions, so we're right. Right, next one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've given advance notice to you and the member for Clacton. There's an important tradition and custom in this House that people remain in the chamber for at least...
Order. Absolutely not a point of order, and I've certainly had any indication of what you're asking me, but the answer is not a point of order and not relevant. Right, let us move on to the Secretary of State, Steve Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The responsibility to protect our democracy is a duty which every single member of this House shares. As a government, we are clear-eyed about the evolving threats we must contend with from those who wish to disrupt our democracy for their own gain and their own twisted purposes. We already have a strong toolkit to detect, disrupt and deter interference, and we are strengthening this through our Representation of the People Bill and Counter Political Interference and Espionage Action Plan. But as threats evolve, so too must our protections. For this reason, I announced in December an independent review led by the former Permanent Secretary Philip Rycroft into foreign financial interference in UK politics. I would like to place on record my thanks to Mr. Rycroft for his thorough, diligent and swift work in rigorously assessing our political finance framework and identifying where further safeguards are needed. The full report from his review has today been laid before this House, and the findings are stark. Mr. Rycroft concludes that this country faces a persistent problem of foreign interests seeking to exert influence on and to interfere in our politics, and that the threat has become arguably more acute. While he welcomes the measures in our bill, the report is clear that we need to go further, and I agree. We welcome both Mr. Rycroft's assessment and his wide-ranging recommendations, which cover the regulation of corporate and overseas donations, the need to close loopholes used by some non-party campaign groups, the approach to combating online threats, the importance of ensuring enforcement agencies have the information and powers they need, and the organisation of Whitehall to ensure we are best placed to tackle these threats. In advance of the Commons report stage of the Representation of the People Bill, we will provide a comprehensive line-by-line response to all of the report's recommendations. I'm clear that wherever necessary, we will be amending the bill to ensure our defences against foreign interference are robust. And given the gravity of the threats we face and their level of seriousness, I also want to reassure the House that we will take immediate action on the most serious loopholes set out in the report that allow illicit foreign money into our democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, British citizens living overseas have the right to participate in UK parliamentary elections, and this gives them the right to donate to parties or candidates they support. However, the report raises two fundamental concerns about such donations from overseas. Firstly, the report is clear that, quote, inevitably, tracing the source of funds offered by individuals living abroad is more complex than for domestic donations. The report also raises concerns about the democratic fairness of allowing people who have chosen to live abroad to have their wealth taxed abroad, but who nonetheless have the opportunity to make potentially game-changing donations into British politics. I will therefore take immediate steps to implement the report's recommendation on donations from overseas electors. We will introduce an amendment to the Representation of the People Bill to place an annual cap on the total political donations an overseas elector can make. That cap will be set at £100,000 a year. In light of the gravity of the issues raised in the report, I am not prepared to allow any window of opportunity in which malign actors based overseas can funnel dark money into our politics. This cap will therefore apply retrospectively, so it includes all donations from overseas electors received from today and all regulated transactions entered into from today. Once the provisions are in force, any donations by an overseas elector to any political party or regulated entity that exceed the cap for that overseas elector will be an unlawful donation. Subject to parliamentary approval of the amendment I will table, the recipient of any unlawful donation will have 30 days to return that donation once the legislation comes into force, after which enforcement action can be taken and criminal penalties will apply. This cap will apply to relevant donations from today in all elections in the UK. This includes for parties at the upcoming English local elections, Scottish Parliament elections and Senedd elections. In Scotland and Wales, donations to candidates rather than parties are devolved matters. But my intention is to seek a legislative consent motion for our amendment to ensure there are no gaps in our safeguards. And I will speak to my counterparts in the Scottish and Welsh governments to emphasise my commitment to work together to protect our electoral system right across the United Kingdom. The second recommendation I will take immediate action on relates to donations made in cryptocurrencies. Following extensive consultation, Mr Rycroft sets out clearly the deep reservations many people have about such donations. His conclusions are clear, and I quote, "There is a risk crypto assets are used as a vehicle to channel foreign money into the political system in the UK, and we should pause the use of crypto assets for political donations for the time being." Madam Deputy Speaker, I accept Mr Rycroft's assessment that the anonymity inherent in cryptocurrency transactions could make it easier to mask the origin of donations and to evade robust checks on the true source of funds. The clear route this creates for illicit channeling of money into our politics is unacceptable and undermines public confidence in our electoral system. In light of this, I can confirm the government will take immediate steps to implement the recommendation made in the report, and we will introduce an amendment to the Representation of the People Bill to place a moratorium on all political donations made through cryptocurrency. I want to be crystal clear that, as the report recommends, I mean crypto in any amount, including donations of a value that would ordinarily fall below the threshold for control on donations. There are specific risks posed by cryptocurrency donations, such as the risk of rapid, multiple small donations being made just below our current thresholds. This moratorium will remain in place until the Electoral Commission and this Parliament are satisfied there is sufficient regulation in place to ensure full confidence and transparency in donations being made in this way. Subject to parliamentary approval, this moratorium will be applied retrospectively to any crypto donations received from today by any political parties and regulated entities. Once the provisions are in force, if a political party or regulated entity has received a donation in the interim, they will have 30 days to return it, after which enforcement action can be taken and criminal penalties will apply. This will again apply to all elections in the United Kingdom. And as I've set out, we will work with devolved governments to secure legislative consent where that is required. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like again to express my thanks to Philip Rycroft for his comprehensive, thoughtful and well-reasoned report. It is and always will be an absolute priority for this government to protect our democratic and electoral processes. The swift and decisive action being taken by this government sends a clear message. We will do everything necessary to protect the UK's democracy. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Sir James Cleverly. Those members that have come into the chamber extremely late will not be called to participate in the debate. You have to be here for the beginning of the Secretary of State statement, not here for the last minute of it. Shadow Secretary of State, Sir James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Secretary of State for advanced sight of this statement, and I echo his thanks to Mr Rycroft on the work he's done on what is a very important report. We began the work in this area through the Defending Democracy Task Force, and I'm glad to see the Security Minister in his place to highlight the important link between the work of this report and the work that he does. And there should be no party political divide when it comes to protecting the integrity of our democracy. And of course, there is a great deal within this report that my party instinctively agrees with. But the process falls far short of what this House should expect. The Rycroft Review, 50 pages, was published just 20 minutes before Prime Minister's questions and only 5 minutes before one of his ministers was hosting a meeting that I was invited to on local government reorganisation, making it very difficult for me to properly read the detail of the report and made it very difficult for me to read the detail of an incredibly important report, a report with which I said we instinctively have much that we agree. This is not just poor procedure, it means that it is harder for the opposition to properly scrutinise the actions of the government, particularly in light of the fact that many of the proposals in the report are being initiated immediately. Sadly, this does follow a pattern of behaviour from this government. This bill has already been through second reading and is at Bill Committee. And yet today, this is the first time we are seeing important elements of a report that goes to the heart of that legislation. Foreign interference is growing and it does demand a coherent response, a cross-party response. And yet this government chooses to legislate first and then make announcements later. They brought forward the Representation of the People Bill before this review had been reported. They asked the House to scrutinise legislation which was full of holes, which the Secretary of State is now announcing at the dispatch box. This is not good process, and it is not about process for process sake. It is about ensuring that unforeseen outcomes, bad outcomes, are avoided whilst protecting what needs to be protected. Because now we are told that major changes, fundamental changes on donations, on enforcement, and on transparency, we rushed into a bill midway through its process, late in the bill's passage, without proper consultation, without proper scrutiny, without proper time. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not the way of making sure that cross-party policy is successfully implemented. And it is absolutely right that the Secretary of State and the government want to send a clear message that they take this seriously. And we echo that desire. But this is not the way to do it. Announcing government action by press release, then filling in the details later, actually undermines the important work at the heart of this report. Russia's aggression, Iran's hostile activity on British soil, cyber attacks on our institution, Chinese state-based activity against us here in the UK makes it incredibly important that we fight this fight together. And having these things bumped on the House in the way that this report has been does not help. And he knows that we are very much on the same side of this. So I have a number of questions which I will rattle through now. Why did he not wait for the Rycroft report before introducing this bill to the House? Which of the review's recommendations will require primary legislation, and what time will be made for that primary legislation? Will he commit to a full consultation with the political parties and regulators before making any substantive amendments to bill going through the House? From initial reading, the proposal on company donations will have a significant effect on legitimate domestic donations. Why is the government proposing to treat domestic philanthropy as if it was something distasteful? And will the Secretary of State confirm that these changes will not be brought forward without proper consultation and consideration on the effects of legitimate domestic funding? Fifth, foreign interference is not the only threat to the integrity of our elections. We have seen evidence of breaches of electoral law. So what steps will the Secretary of State take to ensure the current legislation is enforced? Will he tighten the rules on foreign donations? He said about devolved franchise changes in Wales and Scotland. What will he do to make sure that the forthcoming elections are protected? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Secretary of State now accept a very short pause to enable good faith interventions from my party and others would make this legislation stronger and send the signal that we are united as a democracy in this endeavour?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank him, first of all, for his support for the purpose and intent of this legislation, and indeed for his and his party's engagement with Philip Rycroft and his review. He lists the reasons why this is important to all of us, and I agree with him. And certainly, I'll put on the record, I want to see proper engagement with the opposition and proper scrutiny, the opportunity for proper scrutiny by the opposition, because that will strengthen the legislation. It's important it has cross-party support, given the nature of the issue that we are talking about. We had to act quickly to bring forward the provisions, because we could not allow a window of opportunity to open which would allow malign and hostile actors to evade the intent that we're all seeking. Beyond that, the proposals will proceed in the usual way through the parliamentary processes, and members on all sides will have the opportunity to comment and be engaged. It was necessary to act at speed because of the gravity of the threats, which Philip Rycroft's review outlines very clearly. None of us want to allow foreign interference to continue. All of us believe it is the right of the British people and the British people alone to freely choose their own government. We will engage with governments across the United Kingdom and parties across this Parliament to ensure that is the outcome.
Select Committee Chair, Florence Ashalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by echoing the Secretary of State and the Shadow Secretary of State's comments, paying tribute to Sir Philip Rycroft for his tireless work, and to the Joint Committee on the National Security Strategy for their work on cryptocurrency. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to be honest in that there is a lot of mistrust in our politics and democracy as it stands. And I'm proud to stand here as someone who was supported by 2 trade unions and local members in terms of how I was funded for my campaign. And we also have to be honest to say that if we are going to defend this country from foreign threats in one breath, then allowing fundamentally opaque payment methods in our democracy is not on. And it is right that the government will put this memorandum on cryptocurrency in place. So I welcome the Secretary of State's pledge on this and the cap for overseas electors following the extension of their enfranchisement in the Elections Act 2022. But as it's stated in Rycroft review, we know that one of the problems is the fact that no less than 5 departments cover responsibility to protect our democracy. Secretary of State and Madam Deputy Speaker, if we want to get this right, we need to continue with that leadership at the heart of government. So will the Secretary of State accept recommendation 17 of this review and allocate a permanent secretary with lead responsibility for sustaining our democracy and coordinating the response at the heart of government? And will the Secretary of State also commit that any amendments to the Representation of People's Bill as a result of the recommendations be brought forward whilst the bill is still going through the Commons before report stage, so that us as a party, as a Parliament, can have adequate time to scrutinise these proposals?
State.
Yeah, I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her questions and her support for the work that we're carrying out. The intention is to bring the amendments forward at report stage, and we will provide in advance of those amendments being laid a detailed response to each of the 17 recommendations, including the one that she has just referred to.
Call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement, and I was grateful to meet Philip Rycroft as part of this important and urgent work. The threat we face, though, is not new. Back in 2020, the Intelligence and Security Committee said Russian influence in the UK is the new normal, and the government then was not doing enough. Since then, we've seen Reform's former leader in Wales being convicted for accepting pro-Russian bribes. We've said before that the Representation of the People Bill is not nearly ambitious enough, and so I very much look forward to working as part of the Bill Committee to incorporate these recommendations. Could the Secretary of State say a little more and clarify whether the government intends to accept just the 2 recommendations he's focused on in his statement, or if the government plans to accept all of them? On overseas donations, a cap is welcome, but does he accept that if this reform is made without wider changes, a malign actor could get around it by simply donating via a UK company? We strongly support the moratorium on all political donations made through cryptocurrency. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, much more is needed to really seize this opportunity to clean up our politics. We should ban anyone who has served a foreign administration from donating to UK political parties, to think tanks or campaign groups. A significant opportunity remains for those who have been political appointees in hostile governments to funnel donations into the UK. We should also ban politicians from receiving payment for participating in the propaganda of foreign adversaries on broadcasters like Russia Today and Iran's Press TV. And could he address why calls from the Liberal Democrats for Donald Trump's administration and their explicit policy of interference in our democracy to be included in this review were ignored? Will he order a standalone probe?
To State.
Well, can I start by thanking her for her and her party's engagement with Philip Rycroft's review. She's right to point to this growing threat. It has been evolving over recent years. The case that she highlights, she points to of Nathan Gill, underscores the nature and the gravity of that risk. What I'm doing today is accepting the report in general. We're bringing forward 2 provisions where, had I not done that, there would have been a window open for evasion of the intent of the report. We will provide a detailed response to all 17 of the recommendations. Then the amendments that we will table will be open for parliamentary scrutiny and debate in the usual way, and I look forward to her and her party making their views clear as we go through the process.
Emily Darlington.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Rycroft review and I enjoyed very much speaking to Philip Rycroft during his process. Beyond the crypto and other financial donations, he talks about how we need to tackle deepfakes, bots, disinformation, creating a political ad library, have greater investigatory powers for the Electoral Commission, and have an incident protocol should there be a major election incident. My amendments deal with all of these. Would he undertake to urgently meet with me so how we can take my currently named amendments and make them government amendments in the next stage?
Secretary of State.
First of all, I thank her for her support as well, and her active interest in making sure that the legislation that follows is as robust as it possibly can be. I would be more than happy to make sure she has an appropriate meeting with either me or the relevant minister to discuss her amendments. The report and its recommendations, of course, cover some of the concerns that she raises too, so it is our intention to amend the legislation to deal with those concerns.
Chair of the Select Committee, Simon Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a former Elections Policy Minister and member of the Defending Democracy Task Force, can I first of all thank the Secretary of State for launching this inquiry and thank Philip Rycroft for the work that he has done, and it was a pleasure to give evidence to him during that process. Can I welcome the spirit in which the Secretary of State has brought forward with urgency the changes which are so demonstrably required. May I ask him please two direct questions? If amendments to reflect the Rycroft report are not to be tabled at committee stage of the bill, but at report stage, would he ensure through the usual channels that the timing, the length of time devoted to report stage, reflect the fact that the House will be debating for the first time amendments to the legislation which were not included at second reading? It speaks to the process point made by my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State. This is clearly going to require additional demands in terms of power and resource to the Electoral Commission if these important new rules are to be policed effectively and properly. What assessment has he made of those needs, and how will those be delivered in the speedy time to mirror the urgency that's required?
Secretary of State.
Right, can I thank him for his support and for his work with the Defending Democracy Task Force and for contributing to the review that Sir Philip Rycroft has completed. At report stage, he's quite right. We will want to make sure that there is adequate time for members to make their points, so I'm sure business managers will want to ensure that is what happens. Regarding resources for the Electoral Commission, yes, of course, we will need to make sure that the resources are adequate to any new demands that may be placed on them or indeed other regulators, and that will be part of the process of ensuring that the legislation goes through and then can be followed through on.
Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank Sir Philip Rycroft for his important work. In his review, he notes that the online environment has created a cheap and relatively simple means of getting anonymised content in front of ordinary people in a way that seeks to undermine their trust in the political process. He notes that this activity is strategic, long-term and patient, and dissonance is its own reward. Does the Secretary of State agree with these findings, and what can we do to address the challenge of mis- and disinformation on social media and online spaces?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank him for his question, and he makes, of course, a very important point. We have to maintain confidence and trust of the British electorate in the integrity of our elections and election processes. This legislation and the amendments that we will be tabling as a result of the Rycroft review are intended to achieve precisely that.
I appreciate that colleagues want to be forensic in their questioning, but shorter questions will be very much appreciated. Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mr. Rycroft's wide-ranging review make the non-inclusion of China, or failing that, its constituent entities in the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, look increasingly bizarre. Will the government look at this again as a matter of urgency? And if it is the case that the first scheme is inadequate to include the state entity or its constituent parts in the meaning of the scheme, will he look to review it and maybe replace it in something that would achieve the same end?
Secretary of State.
Yeah, I thank him for his question. He raises a very important point, of course, and that is why the government is keeping precisely that concern under very close review, so that we stand ready to make changes as and when that is required. The Security Minister is here with me today because he would lead much of that work.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer to being a member of the Speaker's Committee on the Electoral Commission. I welcome the Secretary of State's comments on the Rycroft review today, and there is many wide-ranging recommendations which I hope, and as he said, he will be responding to. But can I press him further on what actions the government is taking to give the Electoral Commission not just resources but powers needed to both deter and punish breaches of political financial rules?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful for her question. It's a very important one. We will respond in detail to the recommendations, and that will bring forward any new requirements for powers or resources for the Electoral Commission, so that they can ensure they can carry out any new responsibilities we place upon them.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I record my thanks to Philip Rycroft for his public service. Can the Minister tell us, he referenced devolved administrations. The Scottish Parliament is going into the pre-election period this afternoon. How will that work in terms of the elections? And also, given the extraordinary number of members of the House of Lords who are political donors and happen to find themselves as members, how will this legislation impact upon them, should they have been seen to have broken any rules here?
Inspector of State.
Well, I'm hoping to speak with the relevant minister in the Scottish Government today. And there will, of course, be engagement between officials during the pre-election period. Any legislative change would come after the elections in Scotland and indeed in Wales.
Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, I very much welcome Sir Philip Rycroft's review. It's long overdue when you think about how much money has been flooding in from Russia and elsewhere. Yeah. But of course, the question about association and certain individuals who've been donating significant amounts of money, yet living in Thailand and haven't been living here for 21 years. Yeah. The Joint Committee on National Security Strategy, which of course I chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, we made many recommendations in our political finance report, which we published last week. In fact, I've put down 11 amendments, which I hope the Secretary of State will view as very much constructive amendments. I welcome the connection tests that the Secretary of State has been mentioning about the individual, but also at corporate level. And of course, the moratorium on cryptocurrencies is extremely welcome. We think back to California, which banned them back in 2018. So it just goes to show how much could have been done in recent years. Just on the point about capacity of the enforcement agencies, it's a real concern. The penalties, higher penalties, are much welcomed, I'm sure, by them. But just to reiterate the point about the Electoral Commission, across the enforcement agencies and the Electoral Commission, there does need to be greater capacity and greater expertise.
Secretary of State.
Yes, I thank him for his question. I recognise the concerns that he's raising. I've addressed them in comments that I've made to previous members who have previously spoken, and I won't repeat them.
Minister Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the Secretary of State coming to the House to talk about the importance of integrity in politics. But as Purdah arrives, in Sussex, we are seeing a mess in terms of the dithering and delay, and frankly, the blatant disregard from the original process when it comes to the changes in local government in Sussex, affecting my constituents and indeed yours, Madam Deputy Speaker. Decisions apparently taken on a case-by-case basis. But can I point to the Secretary of State that outside today, exactly this kind of political gerrymandering is what people are saying is happening here in Sussex, absolutely what he's seeking to protect. Could he undertake something in the House to my constituents and wider in Sussex, how they should have confidence in this process?
Thank you. Yes, the original proposals that we had for Sussex, none were considered financially viable, ultimately. So we are reopening the consultation, and she and indeed her constituents will be able to comment on the new proposals.
Roshanara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Rycroft review and in particular the Secretary of State's commitment to take action on crypto donations, as well as the cap on foreign donations of overseas donors. I want to draw the Secretary of State's attention to the comment in the report where the Rycroft review states that the debate on social media seeks to exacerbate division and increase polarisation with a view to simply destroying the capacity of the UK to function as a well-governed state. This is chilling. What we need, alongside the other proposals that the Secretary of State is talking about, is action to tackle deepfake and disinformation that is making it more and more dangerous for candidates to operate in our democracy. Will the Secretary of State take action to make sure we empower our regulators, including Ofcom, as well as the Electoral Commission, to ensure that action is taken rapidly, not delay?
Secretary of State.
Yeah, I thank you for her question. It's very important, and of course many people who care deeply about democracy itself have raised very similar concerns. The review makes proposals around deep fakes and the need for transparency about the origins of any content that appears online. We will provide a detailed response to the recommendations, and she and other members will have the opportunity then to take part in debate and scrutiny about those as we work through the legislation.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and particularly action he's taking on cryptocurrency? But can I urge him to go further on corporate donations? There was a report earlier this week by Centax that revealed that as many as 1 in 4 donations from corporate entities are essentially opaque. They put this down to the reliance on persons with significant control rules, and they make a series of recommendations. So can he commit to also looking at the recommendations in that report and making sure we tighten this up so people can't simply circumvent the rules by donating via British companies?
Secretary of State.
Well, the bill itself and indeed the review that we have in front of us today already propose actions on that. I recognise the concerns. We need to act on shell companies, for instance, that can be used to funnel in dark money. We have no idea where that is coming from. There are legitimate concerns that could be coming from hostile states who are seeking to weaken and undermine our country by undermining our democracy. We will not tolerate that.
Anwara.
Madam Deputy Speaker. In his excellent report, Mr Rycroft specifically references the amplification of divisive content on social media. Yesterday, my committee heard from TikTok, Meta and X how in each case the design of their algorithm is determined by a foreign billionaire with a political agenda. And certainly when it comes to Mr Musk, an agenda which does not reflect our democratic values. He has called for civil war in the UK. So unlike traditional press, social media algorithms are hidden, inaccessible, and they use personal data to target content, as Rycroft observes. So will the Secretary of State consider whether political bias in algorithms constitutes a donation in kind? And will he work with colleagues to address the algorithmic advertising research and transparency failures which our committee gave detailed proposals about in its report last July?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question, and I did listen carefully to part of the proceedings of the Select Committee yesterday, and with great interest. And we're grateful for the contribution she and her committee are making to this debate. I should say, in response to her point, that this legislation is not intended to target any one individual or indeed state. It's about putting in place safeguards against growing threats wherever they may arise from.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I think the government's very wise to try and close the potential loophole that somebody might make a giant donation between today and the conclusion of the legislative process. But I can think of at least one other rather glaring loophole, which hopefully the Secretary of State has also considered. If somebody is an elector living abroad and is going to be limited to £100,000 per donation, what about other members of his close family to whom he could channel indefinite numbers of packages of £100,000 apiece? What's to stop them making similar donations? Has he considered how this is actually going to work in practice?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. Of course, any attempt to bypass existing laws or the provisions I've announced today would themselves be illegal, and we would seek to identify the ultimate source, and if any behaviours of that kind had been carried out, there would be necessary enforcement action to follow.
Duncan Jordan.
Speaker, I welcome the measures announced today to tackle foreign interference in our elections, but will the Secretary of State go a step further and support my proposal to break the link between wealthy donors and the parties they help to elect by banning those firms from subsequently holding government contracts?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. The report is focused on stopping money coming in from hostile states or other hostile individuals who are seeking to undermine our democracy, and that is the extent of the measures that I'm announcing today.
Madam Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Constituents like Andrew from Crewcombe have told me how worried they are about funding from the United States for right-wing UK think tanks and political parties. Recommendation 4 and 16 of the review would strengthen transparency and reporting around donations to think tanks and lobbying groups, which can advance foreign influence. Can the Minister tell my constituents if the government will implement them, and when will that be?
State.
Thank him for his question and for his constituents' interest in this very important matter as well. Philip Rycroft, in his review, makes 17 detailed recommendations. We will respond to all of them line by line, and he and his constituent will have our clear view at that point.
Chris Finns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for coming to the Chamber today to make this really important statement. Like one of the Lib Dem speakers, I'm very concerned about the ability for shell companies to make political donations. Clearly, this isn't transparent, and this is rightly recognised in the Rycroft review. So can I ask what steps the government will take to close this loophole, and crucially, and what the government will do to strengthen monitoring of donations?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. It's a very important point because, of course, the ability of shell companies to exist as funnels for dark, dirty money entering and polluting UK politics is real. That is why we're taking these recommendations seriously, and we will come forward with amendments to the legislation intended to close those doors so that we can keep British elections free for British people.
Suella Braverman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to mention the elephant in the room. Earlier this month, a sitting Labour MP, the Honourable Member for East Kilbride and Strathaven, her husband, was arrested on suspicion of spying for China. She's subsequently been suspended from the Labour Party. It's also been reported that she received a donation from her husband's firm, presumably would be covered by the government's plans. In light of this live case, I don't expect any comment on that live investigation, but also the historic case of Christine Lee, Labour MPs and the Chinese Communist Party, will the government confirm that his measures announced today will apply equally to those members of his own party who find themselves compromised with the Chinese Communist Party?
Before the Minister responds, when we mention other colleagues in the Chamber, we give them notice. So I see saying that she has done, and we obviously do not mention live cases either. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, as a former Home Secretary, she would, of course, know that I can't comment on ongoing investigations. The provisions of the legislation we'll be bringing forward, as indeed with all legislation, is that they apply without fear and favour to members of all parties, as indeed the bribery legislation applied to Nathan Gill, a traitor who was the leader of reform in Wales.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the time of the Boston Tea Party, the American colonists demanded no taxation without representation. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that we should instill a principle that there should be no ability to, in a game-changing way, influence representation without taxation? And could he elaborate a little bit more on the principles in his statement?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank him for his question. Philip Rycroft has recognised the concern and proposed what I think is a proportionate approach to dealing with that, and I've accepted today the figure of £100,000 cap, a very generous level of funding. I think most reasonably minded people would agree for donations from British nationals who are living and paying their taxes overseas.
Zoe Franklin.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the Minister's comments in the Chamber today, and the Rycroft report has come at a really important time. As a member of the Bill Committee, I look forward to working with the Government to ensure that all of the recommendations are put through. They are incredibly important. But I just want to go back to the comment made by my honourable friend, the member for Hazel Grove, regarding the importance of a report related to the US's interference in our democracy. And I'll then ask the question off of that, what steps is the Government and the Defending Democracy Task Force taking to protect our democracy from foreign interference more generally before the Representation of the People Bill goes through this House? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Well, the US, of course, is our closest ally. The provisions that we are making in this legislation do not target any one country or indeed any one individual. They are intended as a proportionate response to a growing threat, wherever that threat may arise.
Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome this report and the government's speedy and decisive response to it. Now, evidence from Germany and from Moldova shows how online attempts of foreign interference can combine with real-life attempts of foreign interference in the run-up to elections. So I want to ask him specifically whether I was right in hearing that the government will be looking at a transparent protocol for dealing with information emergencies related to foreign actors in the run-up to elections. And secondly, is he aware that in countries where crypto interests have unfairly influenced elections, very often donations have been given in domestic currency? So will he look at that broader context? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Yeah, thank you for her question. Of course, there are recommendations covering precisely the points she's raising. I have accepted the report in general terms in full. We will be responding in detail to each of the 17 recommendations, and I hope those will address the concerns she's just raised.
Dr. Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the Rycroft review and the government's swift action set out today on crypto and on overseas donations, although I would like to see the government go much further. In respect of the amendments that he said he will amend the Representation of the People Bill wherever necessary, as a member of the Bill Committee, I would love to see those amendments come forward while we are still in committee stage so that we can give them the line-by-line scrutiny. That is the normal practice of this House. He referred to that normal practice. Will he please pull out all the stops to ensure that that happens? And can I ask him specifically, on the point about stopping the spread of disinformation on social media, Philip Rycroft on page 47 refers to the significant benefits that could come from having a real-time online library of social media adverts so that we get that transparency, that light shone on how all sorts of actors are influencing people below the surface. Does he support Philip Rycroft's view on that, and will he act to bring forward amendment to deal with that particular problem?
Secretary of State.
Well, can I thank her for her and her party's support for the review. As a member, I thank her for her work on the Bill Committee as well, and she's quite right. We do need to make sure that when the amendments come forward, the Bill Committee at that stage has sufficient time, indeed the House has sufficient time to go through them in detail. I will respond, and the Government will respond to each of the 17 recommendations in detail, and I think that will be the most appropriate time to respond to the question that she's just raised.
Phil Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as an individual who's dedicated my life to tackling corruption in all its forms and the chair of the APPG on anti-corruption, can I thank the Secretary of State and the gallant member for Barnsley North for their commitment to addressing foreign interference in our politics, and also thank Philip Rycroft for his review. May I also thank the immediate measures that the government has announced today around crypto donations and the size of donations made by British nationals abroad. I think they are very welcome and very much needed. But can I press the Secretary of State on 3 particular questions? Firstly, to what extent can he assure the House that the Electoral Commission is sufficiently supported to be able to monitor and police the perimeter of the new announcements that have been made today? Secondly, can he confirm that, contrary to the remarks from the Shadow Secretary of State, there was ample opportunity for political parties of all stripes to feed into this review? And thirdly, on Know Your Donor checks and the risk factors that are going to be introduced through this bill, there is a recommendation in this report that they are more aligned with the anti-money laundering requirements that have been in place for quite some time, either for banks or other financial services firms. Can he commit to working with other regulators, for instance the Financial Conduct Authority, to understand how those are best implemented working with parties?
Secretary of State.
Yep. Can I thank him for his personal engagement with this issue, and also for the work of the APPG that he chairs. It's made some very significant contributions, and we're grateful for that. We will, of course, ensure that the Electoral Commission has the resources they require to enforce changes as we're bringing them forwards. On his final point, the Defending Democracy Task Force exists to make sure that there is proper alignment across all the necessary regulators to ensure that we're keeping our democracy in this country free and safe.
Freddie Van
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the Secretary of State's reference to the rights of British overseas electors and the cap on donations as a proportionate response. Yet their rights to cast their vote is constantly stymied by late arrivals of the post. While the Secretary of State is considering amendments to representation of the People's Bill, will he meet with me to consider my amendment that would address this issue and seek to secure the voting rights of overseas citizens?
Secretary of State.
Yeah, I am aware of that concern, and it's an important concern. I'm happy to make sure he gets an appropriate meeting to discuss it.
Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome this report. It is game-changing, and I totally agree with the Secretary of State's logic that leaving a window open for dodgy money to flood into this country would have been totally irresponsible. So I welcome the swift action. My specific question is on recommendation 2 around company donations. Now, we've learned from the Premier League's attempt to enforce financial fair play that unfortunately revenue can be manipulated very easily. For example, in that case with sponsorship allowing clubs to buy players that they otherwise wouldn't be able to afford. So I welcome Rycroft's recommendation that we switch it to profit to ensure that only genuine companies who make profit in this country can give donations. And I would ask the Secretary of State, as the government responds in full to the report, to take a close look at Rycroft's recommendation.
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his support. I mean, he's quite right. Philip Rycroft was very clear in his reasoning on this point. The objective is to prevent shell companies being set up to funnel dark money into British politics. It's not to prevent British companies who are just going through a difficult year or two from making donations themselves.
Gregory Campbell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the review and the Minister's response to the general thrust of it. I'm looking at those who responded at the back of the review, and I'm glad to see the list of people who did. And we responded on behalf of the unionist community, and it's a good job we did, as no others seem to have done. But on the political donations in Northern Ireland, the Minister will be aware of Sinn Féin being able to funnel money from the United States into the Republic and then into Northern Ireland. This is an issue that we raised, and it's itemised on page 25. It is a concern that many people have. They already get millions of pounds from representation money for not coming here, of taxpayers' money, and in addition to that, they're now getting several millions from the USA via Dublin and into Northern Ireland.
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his and his party's engagement with the review. I hear his concerns. I think it's important that we continue to engage so that those concerns can be heard and, where appropriate, addressed.
Damien Griffith.
Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for his prompt action in banning crypto asset donations and in capping foreign donations. But the Rycroft Review also recommends banning foreign-funded adverts and also recommends that all online adverts should have imprints to show who's paid for them. So can the Secretary of State explain when and how the government will take these recommendations forward?
Secretary of State.
I thank you for her question. He makes some really important points on that, which of course other members across the House have made previously. As I've said earlier in this session, we will be responding in detail to all of the recommendations, including those covering the points she's just raised.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank Philip Rycroft for his review and Secretary of State for the announcement today. Particularly happy that we have this retrospective idea of applying it from today, because we don't know when the bill's going to come through. Could I encourage the Secretary of State to, both for crypto and for foreign donations, to consider extending that period of retrospectivity back to the previous general election?
State.
Oh, well, I thank him for his question. I'm not so sure there's that much precedent for going that retrospective.
Sobel.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank Philip Rycroft for meeting with me as Chair of the Fair Elections APBG and including some of my points and evidence in this absolutely excellent review. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for including a donations cap, an issue I raised with the Minister when we met. My question refers to page 45 of the review, where we talk about international best practices, a point I raised with Philip Rycroft about Viginum in France, which monitors foreign online interference, I think the most pressing issue that we have in UK politics today, not just to identify it, not just to publish it, but to attribute it, to expose it, and in some cases even to get it removed. Are we considering the same modalities, capabilities and powers of this recommendation in the UK?
Secretary of State.
Well, we will be responding in detail to each of the 17 recommendations, including the one that he's referencing now, but he's absolutely right. We can and we should learn from best practice in other democracies to make our democracy as robust and safe as it possibly can be.
Ben Lake.
Speaker, can I also welcome Sir Rycroft's work and indeed the announcements that the Secretary of State has made today. I very strongly support the idea of applying the donations cap and also the moratorium on currency donations to the devolved elections. Can I just ask the Secretary of State to clarify, to reassure me that in order for those changes to take effect for these upcoming elections, we won't have to have an LCM through those devolved registers before the election, because as others have mentioned, there is very little time for that to happen.
No, to reassure him, the provisions I've announced today apply to the entire United Kingdom with immediate effect.
Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome this review and I thank the Secretary of State for commissioning it. I've heard what he had to say about considering the recommendations in detail. I would like to draw his attention to paragraph 75. There are no reporting requirements for campaign spending outside the regulated periods for either non-party campaigners or candidates. This means that there is no transparency around what is spent or around the donations being used to fund this spending outside of the regulated period. Madam Deputy Speaker, we go out of the regulated period again in 6 weeks' time. Could I ask the Secretary of State if he will consider urgency around that particular recommendation about dealing with the regulated period? And more broadly, does he agree with me that it is our democratic duty to take this report seriously, and that those political parties who do not take this report seriously and who do not take transparency and democracy seriously have no role in this Parliament and have no decency in representing their constituents?
I thank her for her question. I mean, there are very clear recommendations about non-party campaigns and candidates. We will be making our response to those recommendations in due course. The only recommendations I'm bringing into force immediately are those that I referred to in my speech.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the recommendations to the Rycroft report, particularly the cap on our foreign voters. Yet we all know that our domestic politics is still prey to big money influencing all the parties in this House, which warp our politics and move away from public discourse in favour of the interests of the wealthy. In fact, the last election, Madam Deputy Speaker, saw one of the highest ever spendings in a general election, close to £70 million. That is extremely unfair for the smaller parties and independents. So can I ask the Minister, how do we promote a fairer representation away from domestic big money politics?
Well, I thank him for his points. The purpose of the review, and therefore my statement today, is to address growing concerns about foreign influence on our elections, particularly the attempts by hostile states to get control of our elections and influence in ways that will favour them rather than favour the British people.
Samantha Niblett.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Rycroft report, especially the focus it gives to the threat of social media in upturning our democracy. It was astonishing on the Select Committee for Science, Innovation and Technology yesterday that the representative from X repeatedly stated that X was not politically biased and appeared to decouple himself from Elon Musk and the platform itself. Elon Musk has incited hatred in this country and has backed very right-wing candidates and parties on his platform. Can the Secretary of State confirm that when it comes to foreign financial influence, this extends to members of this House, any members of this House, receiving any income from X and any other social media platform?
Secretary of State.
I thank you for a question. The recommendations are very clear in their scope. I hope she will allow the government to take the necessary time to respond to those recommendations in detail. There's a lot in them, and then to bring forward amendments to the legislation and take that through both houses in the usual way.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A former high-ranking member
of Reform UK was convicted and sentenced to 10.5 years in prison for accepting bribes to promote pro-Russian narratives, while some members across this House have had foreign interference directly in their work in Parliament. Given the Rycroft report highlights how foreign interference in our politics is real and persistent, what further and additional steps can be taken to strengthen our democracy from foreign interference in political parties?
Secretary of State.
Well, he's right to highlight that very high-profile case of Nathan Gill, who was accepting bribes on behalf of Russia, a hostile foreign state, and effectively kowtowing to them rather than responding to the wishes of the British public. We can't allow that to happen. That's why we're bringing forward the provisions in the Representation of the People Bill, and why we will be bringing forward further amendments based on Philip Rycroft's review that is before the House today.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Philip Rycroft for his review and also for meeting with me in discussion of his report and for the quick action that the government is taking. One point I would like to take a little bit further on cryptocurrency is what further action will the government be taking in terms of ensuring that it doesn't then influence going from politics and moving into lobbying or even worse into think tank organisations?
Secretary of State.
He makes a very important point, and indeed there are recommendations in the review about precisely that, and we will be coming forward with our detailed response to that. I've of course accepted the review in general terms, but we'll bring forward detailed responses to the individual recommendations and then amendments to the legislation so we can bring forward and put in place necessary protections to ensure that it is British people that take decisions about who governs them, not people sitting in the Kremlin or seats of government elsewhere in other countries.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for a very positive statement and a very clear direction from government. Some 4 to 5 weeks ago, I asked a question to the honourable member in relation to Sinn Féin monies. At that time, it's not a criticism, Minister, by the way. The Minister said he would come back to me, but he didn't, and the reason why he didn't is because this statement was coming, I understand, today. So can I ask the question, in light of this statement and the clarification that there is, accountability and transparency are tenets that have to go hand in hand with elections. The ideals must become realities. Given that Sinn Féin has historically received millions in US-based donations, maintains a unique cross-border structure, will the Minister ensure that the Rycroft review specifically examines the adequacy of safeguards against political funding originating from the Republic of Ireland and the United States of America to ensure a level playing field for all parties within this United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Well, I thank him for his question and for his deep interest in this entire matter. Our intention is to ensure that the safeguards that we put in place are robust enough to ensure that no dirty or dark money can enter British politics in any way or from any source. And I'm more than happy always to continue to engage with him about specific concerns he may have.
And I am completely disappointed with myself for not wishing the member happy birthday today. That's why his question was allowed to be a little bit longer than usual, hopefully not next time. Chris Hinchcliffe.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this statement. The public must have confidence that political decisions are made in their interests, not those of wealthy donors, and nowhere is that more important than in relation to the housing crisis, where there are also significant concerns that vested interests are seeking to exert significant influence on policy making. So will the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss my proposed amendment to the Representation of the People Bill to ban developers from donating to politics and restore trust in our planning system?
I'm more than happy to make sure that he gets an appropriate meeting. And can I, belatedly, I should have said it earlier, wish the honourable member a happy birthday as well.
Oh, marvellous. Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Everyone struggles from time to time. Section 10 of the Political Parties and Elections Act 2009 amended the 2000 Act so that in addition to already needing to be on the electoral register, a donor would need to be domiciled in the UK for tax purposes. However, Section 10 required a statutory instrument to activate it, a statutory instrument that was never laid before this House. Will the Secretary of State look belatedly activating this measure, one which ensures that only those that live and pay tax in the UK can influence our democracy with their money.
Secretary.
Thank you for raising the points, and of course I'm more than happy to look at what he's raising.
Final question, Mark Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State's announcement of a cap on donations from overseas electors and a moratorium on cryptocurrency donations from today is extremely welcome. Now, can I press him a bit more, since it is from today, on what the criminal penalties will actually look like? What will be incurred for breaking these rules? Because after all, we do need an effective deterrent to dissuade those who might seek to circumvent them.
Secretary of State.
Thank you for his question. We will lay the details before the House so that members on all sides have access to the relevant information. But it was very important that the provisions in these two circumstances were brought forward to today because of the risk of a window for evasion had we not done that. That retrospective change will, of course, be subject to the legislation going through Parliament successfully.
That is the end of the statement on foreign financial influence and interference UK politics. Well, many points of order. I'm sport for choice. Stephen Geffins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I mentioned earlier on, the Scottish Parliament goes into its recess ahead of the election today. Yet the Minister talked about seeking a legislative consent motion. Now, when we are devolving this is an important issue. I respect the work that's been done. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I seek your guidance on how these measures can be brought forward in a more timely manner so that we can respect the democratic process in other parliamentary institutions within these islands?
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. This is not a matter for the Chair, but the Treasury front bench will have no doubt heard exactly what the members had to say. I hope we'll make sure that his comments are addressed and taken on board. I can see the Secretary looking at me and nodding as well. Let's take that as a positive. Another point of order, David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, may I seek your guidance? We've just had a statement from the Secretary of State on the matter of donations. Can you tell us, has the Secretary of State or the Department given any indication that it proposes to come to the House to give a statement and the opportunity for questions on the matter of local government reorganisation? I know Mr Speaker was particularly concerned that over the last 24 hours a good deal of information has been placed in the media about decisions that have been made, and as yet no members of this House have had the opportunity to scrutinise the government on those matters.
The honourable member has put his point appropriately on the record. I have not been given of any notice of such statements coming forward, but the front bench have no doubt heard the members' concerns, will respond accordingly. There are further points of order. Point of order, Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, this House passed the humble address so that there is full transparency on Lord Mandelson's appointment as Ambassador to the United States. This includes the due diligence undertaken by the Cabinet Office's Propriety and Ethics team, and yet, in an answer to a written question, Cabinet Office ministers have now admitted that the people advising on what is to be redacted or deemed in scope is the very same Propriety and Ethics team which undertook the due diligence. Is this not a massive conflict of interest? And can, Madam Deputy Speaker, what advice can you provide to ministers on mitigating these conflicts of interest and responding to the House, given the advice on such matters would normally be provided by the very same Propriety and Ethics team?
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. He will know that I am not responsible for the inner workings of the Cabinet Office. That is a matter for the government. I would, however, say that I know the House awaits with interest further disclosure of material under the humble address. I would gently encourage members to wait and see what is released, and should they require further advice at that time, the clerks will be available. Point of order, Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 9th of February this year, I submitted a named day written parliamentary question to the Cabinet Office asking if any taxpayer-funded government payment would be made to Morgan McSweeney or Tim Allen, both of whom had just resigned in the wake of the Mandelson scandal. This was due for answer on the 12th of February, but the question was ignored. I tried again to solicit an answer as to whether Morgan McSweeney or Tim Allen would or will receive a payout. by asking a further written parliamentary question on the 17th of March, asking specifically when an answer to the original question would be provided. This written parliamentary question was due for answer on Monday, and again the deadline came and went and that question was ignored. Shame. Ignoring scrutiny at PMQs is routine for this Prime Minister, but it appears that the broader government are also showing a total contempt for their responsibilities to be open and transparent with members of this House. Can I please seek your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, on what recourse is available to members whose written parliamentary questions are stonewalled by the government?
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. It is of the utmost importance that ministers take their responsibilities to this House seriously. I would always expect timely answers to written parliamentary questions. They should be within scope and within the deadline, obviously. The Treasury front bench will have heard his concerns. The honourable member may also wish to raise this issue with the Procedure Committee, which is currently running an inquiry into written parliamentary questions. Point of order, Ben Obsojecti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek your advice. You and the rest of this House will be aware of the deployment of HMS Dragon to the Eastern Mediterranean in order to deal with the current conflict in Iran. What most people might not know, though, is that HMS Dragon was removed from the standing NATO Maritime Group 1 commitment in order to be retasked to go to the Eastern Mediterranean. I've asked several questions of the Defence team. Most recently, on the 9th of March, the Defence Secretary was asked by myself whether he could guarantee that we will be able to fulfil that NATO commitment and whether it will be a British ship that would deploy on that standing NATO Maritime Group 1 commitments. He assured me that we will fulfil our NATO commitments. However, today it has been reported that the German frigate Saxon will place HMS Dragon on that NATO Maritime Group 1 tasking. I seek your advice in whether we can establish the Defence Secretary coming back to the House to inform us exactly when that decision was taken and whether he inadvertently misled the House.
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. The contents of members' speeches, including ministerial answers, are a matter for them and not for the chair. However, he has put his point on the record, and I'm sure that the Defence Secretary will now, no doubt, will have heard this point of order and will be quick to correct the record if necessary. If that is the end of points of order, I now go on to presentation of bills. Presentation of Bill Daisy Cooper.
Amenity land purchased by local authorities bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of May.
Friday the 29th of May. Presentation of Bill Daisy Cooper.
Thank you. General Medical Council Fitness to Practice Rules Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of May.
Friday the 29th of May. Presentation of Bill Andrew George.
Marine Mammals Protection Bill.
Second reading what day?
17th of April.
17th of April. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. Many that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Many that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Victims and Courts Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now. I can inform the House that Lord's Amendments 4 and 7 engage the Commons financial privilege. If either of these Lord's Amendments are agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving the Commons financial privilege to be entered in the journal. We will begin with the government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to consider all other Lord's Amendments and government motions as on the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister Alex Davies-Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I am very grateful for the opportunity to once again be speaking on the Victims and Courts Bill as it returns to this House. This is fundamentally a bill for victims. At its core, the measures seek to ensure that victims are treated with dignity, compassion and respect throughout the entire justice process. The bill will ensure that offenders are held to account by giving judges the power to impose prison sanctions on offenders who refuse to attend their own sentencing hearings, something that the families of Olivia Pratt-Cobell, Jan Mustafa, Zara Alina and Sabina Nessa have campaigned tirelessly for. It places the welfare of children firmly at the centre by restricting the parental responsibility of the most serious offenders, including child sex offenders and those who have conceived a child through rape. The bill also strengthens the power of the Victims Commissioner by giving them greater authority to act in individual cases that raise systemic issues and requiring an independent assessment of compliance with the Victims Code. I am grateful for the scrutiny given to this bill in the other place. The Lord's amendments that we are considering today reflect a shared determination across both houses to improve outcomes for victims. However, while the government shares this objective, we must ensure that the reforms are workable, proportionate and capable of being delivered effectively. I will now turn to the 7 non-government amendments made in the other place. First, Amendments 1 and 3 relate to court transcripts. Through the Sentencing Act 2026, the Government has already introduced a major expansion to transcript provision that will, for the first time ever, give all victims the ability to request free transcripts of Crown Court sentencing remarks directly relevant to their case from spring 2027. This is a significant step forward for victims, improving access to clear information about how decisions are made, and it will strengthen their ability to navigate the justice process. This is a significant operational undertaking, and we must ensure that this major expansion for victims is delivered effectively and in a way that is operationally sustainable. We are working at pace to deliver this, and it is essential that we get it right, so that victims receive that important information in a timely way. It will help them understand the sentence that has been passed and support their recovery. However, Madam Deputy Chair, we recognise the strength of feeling around transcripts, particularly from victims, and I want to reference the strength of feeling in this House towards this subject too. I want to be clear that the Government is approaching this with care and ambition to go further. Access to what was said in court matters deeply for victims' understanding, confidence and their sense of justice, and the steps that we are taking to expand free provision of sentencing remarks represents a real progress. I will happily give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. I welcome this bill, and I really welcome this Government's laser focus on supporting victims and survivors. It's something that's been lacking in our court system for a very long time. I hear what she's saying about court transcripts. It is incredibly important for the victims and survivors I know to have a physical copy of sentencing remarks so that they can process it in their own time. So I'm confused why she's not accepting Amendments 1 and 3 at this point.
No, I welcome that comment, and I agree with her. From the countless, sadly, victims and survivors that I've spoken to, they discuss the need to have that in writing, how valuable the court transcript could be to helping them recover and process. And I want to commit at the dispatch box that the Government shares that ambition to go further and to provide transcripts. What we need to do is do it in a workable, sustainable and effective way so that no victim is let down by a process that is not ready or capable of meeting the challenge that this presents us as a Government. But we are willing to go further, and we will be looking to see what more we can do in the Lords.
Thank you. Josh Fenton-Glynn.
I thank the Minister for going further in kind of moves to make these transcripts available. Could you let us know what the next steps in that process are going to be, and how quickly we are going to see a real movement to allow people to have access to their sentencing remarks?
I welcome that question from my honourable friend, and he's right. We need to have that incremental process towards this shared ambition to going further on court transcripts, which is why I am clear that this is not the end point, but it is part of that broader effort to improve access, transparency and support for victims. I've been working with my honourable friend, the member for Warrington North, who is a tireless campaigner on this, as are many other campaign groups such as Open Justice, and I want to pay tribute for them for all of their work that they have done on getting the sentencing transcripts free for everyone in the Crown Court. We want to go further. In conversation with others in this place and outside of this place, and with victims' experience at the heart of this, I think it's important we consult them on what would be most beneficial as a next step, particularly in cases that, for example, end in an acquittal, and how those could be potentially looked at next in terms of court transcripts. Yeah, happily to give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. I was slightly concerned when I heard the Minister say that she was going to work at pace, because that's the phrase that ministers in the Defence Department have used for the Defence Investment Plan, which has been repeatedly postponed and still isn't with us. So when she says she's going to work at pace, Is she able to give a more precise timescale, or does that mean sometime in the next 12 months?
Minister Davies-Jones.
I welcome the intervention from the honourable gentleman. I cannot speak for the Department for Defence, but I can speak to my own record here as the Minister and my own actions in government when it comes to delivering for victims, and I am happy to put on record that we are working at pace to deliver this. The honourable gentleman will see what measures come back in the Lords and what commitments we are able to make once we look at what is possible, practical, workable and effective. I will happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
Minister, for giving way, she gives us a reason for turning down the Lord's amendments, that she needs to consult. Isn't the usual approach to consult before bringing the legislation, not to bring the legislation and then consult afterwards?
Minister.
Perhaps I wasn't very clear for the honourable gentleman. This isn't about consulting with victims on what is required. We know what the victims want. I've spoken to many of them regarding court transcripts. But what is possible right now, whilst prioritising delivering these sentencing remarks for free for all victims and ensuring that we work with the judiciary to ensure that we get this right and accurate, is the priority for the government. We are willing to go further. As I've said, this is not the end here in terms of where we go next on court transcripts. For example, looking at what would be best suited as the next possible step in this place for victims. Is that the acquittal? Is that the best possible focus of this work right now? We need to get that right before we go further, and I will happily come back to this House with the Courts Minister on the next steps. But if I could turn to the Lord's Amendment, Amendment number 1, which would create that new entitlement for all victims of crime to receive free of charge and within 14 days, let us not forget, that is what is in the amendment here, of a request, transcripts of routes to verdict and of bail conditions and decisions relevant to their case. I would like to explain in more detail, Madam Deputy Speaker, why this proposal would not provide significant benefits over the systems that are already in place at present. Firstly, under the Victims Code, victims already have the right to be informed of bail outcomes and release conditions within 5 working days, so actually in a shorter time frame than what is proposed in the Lord's Amendment. We recognise the importance of this right and the benefits for victims in being able to access information in a timely or consistent way. We are also currently exploring how responsibilities under the Victims Code are being met by the relevant service providers and how better to support them in the delivery of that code. I'd also like to make it clear to honourable members that we are seeking views through the ongoing Victims Code consultation, which ends at the end of April, on whether current processes for providing bail information are working as intended. To strengthen this further, once commenced, the Victims and Prisoners Act 2024 will introduce a compliance framework requiring all criminal justice bodies to keep the delivery of the code under review. Taken together, these operational and legislative measures address the core concern around timely and sufficient provision on bail information far more effectively than introducing that through a statutory duty to provide transcripts of bail hearings. Secondly, on the routes to verdict. Now, providing victims with these would actually be unlikely to add significant value, which is why we need to discuss with victims on what would be of most value to them. A route to verdict is typically a very short document, sometimes not even a document at all. Its purpose is not to explain the outcome of a case, but to guide the jury through a series of legal questions that they must consider privately when applying the law to the facts. Crucially, juries do not provide their answers to these questions, nor do they even give a reason for their verdict. Victims would therefore only see the questions the jury was asked, not how they were answered, and they would gain no additional insight into the outcome of that decision. Turning now to Lord's Amendment 3, Madam Deputy Speaker, this would require the Crown Court to publish sentencing remark transcripts online, in public, within 14 days of requests being made, and inform relevant victims of their right to request anonymity before that publication. Now, whilst the government is fully committed to strengthening transparency here, and I want to make that commitment, this amendment actually would create significant operational and financial pressures on victims as well at a very difficult time. Public release demands a higher standard of anonymisation to remove both direct and indirect identifiers of victims and witnesses. This is very detailed, skilled work. Current AI-based tools cannot reliably carry out anonymisation for the complex and sensitive material heard in the criminal courts and still requires trained staff to manually review each and every transcript. This means that even modest increases in publication would create disproportionate pressures on operational capacity. Furthermore, requiring the court to make the victims aware of their right to request anonymity makes appropriate redactions and publish the transcript online all within 14 days of sentencing remark transcript request being made is not operationally viable at this time. Our immediate priority, as I have said, must be delivering the sentencing remarks expansion for victims properly and at pace. Adding substantial new duties at this stage would divert the very resources needed to deliver these important commitments for victims, which victims have asked us directly to provide. I now turn to Lord's Amendment 2, which proposes the creation of an appendix to the Victims Code, setting out how that code applies to close relatives of a British national victim of murder, manslaughter and infanticide outside of the UK, where the victim was resident in England and Wales. The Government cannot support this amendment as it risks placing obligations on agencies to provide services to bereaved families that are impossible to deliver in practice and in some places go further than the actual Victims Code itself. It also risks confusing the existing legislative framework and therefore the workability of the code itself and could raise the expectations of victims. The Victims Code already applies to some families bereaved by homicide abroad, namely where the offence is murder or manslaughter and the perpetrator is a British national or a British resident. This is because, in these circumstances, the case is capable of prosecution in England and Wales. Where offences are not capable of prosecution in the UK, for example, where the crime is committed overseas by a foreign national, most entitlements to the Victims Code do not apply. I want to pay tribute here to the Honourable Member for Maidenhead, who is in his place, and all the work that he has done working with the brilliant organisation Murdered Abroad, representing the views of all of the families here. Whilst I appreciate that the code does not capture the whole of the cohort covered by the amendment, I want to give him and the House my absolute assurance that the Government recognises the particular challenges faced by all families bereaved by homicide abroad, including those having to navigate a very complicated, complex, often in different languages, overseas criminal justice processes, and we are committed to working with agencies to improve the support available to them in England and Wales. I will give way.
I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving way. And can I join her in thanking the Honourable Member for Maidenhead for his work on this particular issue? Can I also take this opportunity to thank my honourable friend from Bolsover for her work on the part of this bill which ensures that there is no parental rights for child sex offenders and also those who have had their child conceived by committing rape, which is absolutely abhorrent. And I thank her for taking those things forward and her work in making sure that victims are at the centre of this bill.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. He's right. This is called the Victims Bill. This is a bill for victims, built by victims, sadly by their experiences of how the criminal justice system hasn't supported them, how it has failed them. And that is why it is important that we build on this bill to ensure that we get this right, workable and effective and deliverable for them in their everyday lives and for, sadly, the future victims that will inevitably be created by crime committed here or overseas. Now, I want to go back to the victims of homicide abroad and confirm to the House that in January of this year, the Government published guidance which does bring together clear and accessible information for families about the services that can support them. Alongside of this, we have clarified the roles and responsibilities in further documentation online, which sets out exactly how the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the National Police Chiefs Council, the Ministry of Justice and the Chief Coroner and Coroner Service will work together when a British national is the victim of murder or manslaughter abroad. Whilst every single case is considered on its individual circumstances, this document will seek to ensure a consistent level of service for bereaved families. Throughout the debates on this topic, we have listened carefully to the concerns raised, and we are committed to addressing them. To improve the consistency of support offered from consular services, the FCDO has committed to review and refresh its training provision for all consular staff. We need to improve access to translated documents, and the Ministry of Justice will review how translation is provided in the course of delivering the new homicide service contract in 2027. Finally, to ensure that there is an independent view of the approach by agencies which support this cohort, the FCDO's senior official for global consular services will meet the Victims Commissioner herself or a representative when particular issues arise that merit further discussion. And for this, I wish to thank the Victims Commissioner and the previous Victims Commissioner for continuing to engage with the FCDO and other agencies to advocate for families on their behalf. While we remain committed to strengthening support for families bereaved by homicide abroad, this amendment, sadly, confuses the purpose of the code in terms of its intended application to crimes capable of prosecution in England and Wales. It also risks creating obligations on agencies that are impossible to deliver, given that many of these cases will be handled overseas and therefore fall entirely outside of the agencies within the code's control. Instead, we are determined to directly address the concerns faced by bereaved families. Turning now to Lord's Amendments 4 and 7. These amendments remove Clause 12 entirely from the bill, meaning that the Lord Chancellor would not have the power to set the rates of private prosecution costs recoverable from central funds. As such, the Government cannot support them. Retaining the current arrangements for private prosecutions would preserve a system that is inconsistent and places an unnecessary burden on the courts. Currently, when a private prosecutor applies for their costs to be paid from central funds, there is no prescribed rate. The court or the legal aid agency acting on behalf of the court has to work out in each individual case what that level of reimbursement is reasonably sufficient. That lack of clarity leads to unnecessary disputes, appeals and delays in an already delayed court process. By introducing transparent, consistent rates, we will give prosecutors clarity and certainty about what they will be paid, thereby reducing the need for cost appeals. Valuable court time is sadly taken up determining costs because of the lack of prescribed rates, imposing an unnecessary burden on the courts. It is important to stress again that the majority of private prosecutions never result in a claim from central funds and will be entirely unaffected by this measure. Most private prosecutors act responsibly, applying the code test properly, and they pursue cases in the public interest. But we cannot ignore the evidence that in a small number of cases, the near certainty of recovering a large cost from central funds may cause private prosecutions to be pursued, and that is disproportionate or an unsustainable remedy to the presenting legal issues. We have seen examples, Madam Deputy Speaker, where the costs claimed bear little resemblance to the actual scale or the seriousness of the case, such as a £90,000 claim in a fraud prosecution where the loss was merely £5,000. That is not what the system was intended for. But let me be clear. Clause 12 does not set any rates, and it does not alter the long-established right to bring a private prosecution. That right remains protected under the Prosecution of Offences Act 1985, and it will not be affected. Before any rates are set, there will be extensive engagement with stakeholders and a full public consultation. The Government remains open-minded about where the rates should ultimately be set, and the rates will reflect the complexity and seriousness of cases and will be shaped by the evidence that we gather. A number of respected charities bring private prosecutions to protect the public and to pursue wrongdoing. But it is important to note that charities represent only about 10 to 15% of private prosecutions that result in claims on a central fund, and they will be able to continue to bring private prosecutions. Nothing in this clause within the bill alters that fundamental right to bring a private prosecution. That right is long-standing, preserved in statute, and the Government has no intention of changing it. Clause 12 is measured and necessary in stepping towards reform. It will bring clarity in an unclear system. It will improve efficiency, reduce unnecessary burdens on the courts, and help ensure that taxpayers' money is used responsibly. It does all of this while safeguarding access to justice and maintaining fully and unequivocally the fundamental right to bring a private prosecution. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the unduly lenient sentencing scheme and Lord's Amendments 5 and 6. I want to first send my gratitude to bereaved victims and campaigners, particularly Katie Brett and Tracy Hanson, who have so tirelessly raised these issues with the ULS scheme with great commitment on behalf of victims. I also want to thank the Victims Commissioner for her support on behalf of victims everywhere in raising this consistently. I also want to thank all honourable members in this place who have drawn the Government's attention to the problems in the unduly lenient sentencing scheme. We have heard you. This is a government that listens to victims. We are committed to making these changes that will address the issues that have been raised. The rights of victims to make a request under the unduly lenient sentencing scheme is not a right unless they are told about it. On that is something we can all agree. The Government accepts fully the intention behind these amendments. I have heard personally powerful first-hand testimony as to how important these changes will be for victims coming into contact with the ULS scheme. However, the Government cannot accept these amendments today as drafted for legal and operational reasons. The drafting of Amendment 5 identifies circumstances which are not in fact exceptional for current law and provides no long-stop date. This would create uncertainty for victims, offenders and the courts, and it would risk a large number of very late and unmeritorious requests to the Attorney-General's office. Amendment 6 would duplicate duties that are already set out in the Victims' Code, creating a parallel statutory duty on an unspecified government department, which risks confusion and also risks where the responsibility actually lies and would cut across existing operational practice. We instead, and I make this commitment today, working closely and directly with the victims and bereaved and with operational partners and other government departments to develop a practical and workable legislative change that will address the issues that we have heard around notification and applying to the scheme out of time. We already have the commitment from the Attorney General's Office, the CPS, the Home Office and the National Police Chiefs Council to work with us to further improve awareness of the ULS scheme. They have all urgently assessed what actions can be taken in their respected areas. The plan is to deliver positive change in 3 clear areas of reform, and we will be bringing in legislative changes to this effect. First, we are strengthening guidance and frontline practice. The CPS is considering updates to its guidance to encourage advocates and CPS staff to draw victims' attention to the scheme when they are present at sentencing hearings. The Police and Home Office have committed to exploring, reviewing and updating the letters that are sent by the witness care units, to which the Victims Commissioner has offered her direct support in ensuring that information is communicated in a trauma-informed way. Both the CPS and the police also plan to enhance operational guidance so that frontline staff fully understand the process and the importance of that 28-day window, including what victims must be referred to in a timely fashion by the CPS, by witness care units, if they cannot answer questions on the scheme. Second, we want to raise awareness across the system. We are going to work with victim support organisations to strengthen their understanding of the unduly lenient sentencing scheme and improve the materials that they provide to families. We will also consider how to enhance the visibility and usability of the scheme on gov.uk, making it easier to find and easier to navigate. We will also consider how to build a ULS scheme messaging into any future waves of wider Victims' Code awareness campaigns, including material that is used directly by the witness care units. Third, we will consider how to embed these improvements throughout the statutory Victims' Code and the forthcoming duty on agencies to promote awareness of the Victims' Code. We are currently consulting on a new Victims' Code to make sure that we get the foundations for victims right. I encourage all honourable members to respond to that consultation to represent the views of victims that they are hearing from in their own constituencies. We will continue to test if we are getting this right, as any change to the scheme must be right for victims first and foremost. I will happily give way.
The Minister will forgive me if I describe what she has announced as a whole load of waffle. Yeah. The problem is that the 28-day period is too short, and therefore she should consider some mechanism to allow that to be extended. And providing for training and providing for notices and providing for stuff on websites is not going to help many victims who just need more time to consider their legal position. So at this late stage, would she consider extending that 28-day period?
I'm afraid the honourable member couldn't have heard what I said in my remarks before the non-legislative changes. The government is committed to bringing forward legislative changes on that time limit, on looking at out-of-time applications by families, because the government has listened to the families directly about what they wanted. We could have brought forward an amendment that simply extended the time limit. However, the families directly told us that was not what they wanted. I listened to victims, the government listened to victims, and we will do as the victims ask in the Victims' Bill. We will continue to test on getting this right, because it's important that we get this right first time. We are confident that we will soon be able to update this House on a workable legislative solution. And for those reasons, the Government cannot accept Lord's Amendments 5 and 6. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1, and I call the Shadow Justice Secretary Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a week when the Government has been reprimanded for letting foreign criminals out of prison without proper checks or safeguards, has been found to have watched a firm due to build thousands of prison places go bust 18 months ago and do absolutely nothing, and ended short-term sentences, allowing criminals like prolific shoplifters to escape prison, it is beyond disappointing that today it seeks to overturn perfectly sensible amendments made in the House of Lords. Amendments to make the criminal justice system more transparent, and giving victims stronger rights to challenge unduly lenient sentences. So we have to ask, why is this government so afraid of the public? Why do ministers not trust the people? Why do they want to keep injustice, from the rape gangs to the serious criminals, getting away with a few brief years in prison out of the spotlight? They sigh and they moan when I raise the rape gangs. This is exactly the mentality the country is sick of, and lay behind the failure to prosecute those cases. Madam Deputy Speaker, we support Lord's Amendment 2 on expanding the Victims' Code for murder, manslaughter and infanticide abroad. We support Lord's Amendment 4 to remove Clause 12 from the bill because it will deliver few savings while undermining access to justice. And we support Amendments 5 and 6, which strengthen the unduly lenient sentence scheme. Amendment 5 introduces an exceptional circumstances clause that allows the deadline to be extended beyond 28 days. And Amendment 6 requires the Justice Secretary to ensure victims and their families are aware of their rights under the scheme. These are welcome suggestions, and I want to pay tribute to Katie Brett and the rest of Justice for Victims and to Tracy Hanson for their campaigning on this front. They've been consistent in making clear that they want meaningful change and not half measures. Just last week, I wrote to the Attorney General about the case of Mohammed Abdul Razik, who dragged a 5-year-old girl off the street so he could sexually assault her. He was sentenced to only 11 years in prison, and in all probability, he will be out in just 7. Monsters like him need to be kept away from children. The government's opposition to these amendments weakens justice and reduces public protection. I heard what the Minister said about looking at legislation in the future, and we will hold her to those words. Madam Deputy Speaker, the failure to trust the people goes not just for the unduly lenient sentence scheme, but wider transparency in the justice system. And it's to this that I want to direct the rest of my remarks. Because on this side of the House, we do trust the people. And so we support Lord's Amendment 1, which entitles victims to free transcripts of route to verdict and bail decisions. And we support Lord's Amendment 3, which requires the publication of Crown Court transcripts of judges' sentences and remarks online and for free within 14 days of request made by any member of the public. The Minister for Victims explained the government's position on these amendments, and amid the verbiage, I could discern only excuses. She sounded like the driver of a broken-down train, with passengers stranded miles from the nearest station, doing her best to assure everyone on the train that it was indeed moving. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course everyone knows that there isn't any movement. The train we are on is entirely stationary. And this is an important lesson for the Honourable Lady, as indeed it is for other members of this government. The repetition of fiction does not make something fact. We can all see exactly what is and what is not happening. I want to explain why this is so important. Of course, we want to see how the provisions of the Sentencing Act are implemented, but it's simply not acceptable for victims to be charged as much as £7,000 for a transcript. And it's vital that we allow transparency to make it easier for victims, for journalists, for the wider public to see what is going on in our courts and detect patterns. Because we know from too many tragedies and too many cover-ups that sunlight is always the best disinfectant. Take the Courts Desk scandal. When the Justice Secretary tried to shut down this vital, searchable archive of court hearings, he caused an outcry. Before Courts Desk, official court listings matched reality just 4.2% of the time. 2/3 of courts routinely heard cases the media never knew about. From crimes committed by illegal immigrants in asylum hotels to weak sentences for paedophiles, from the people dragged through the courts for breaking lockdown rules years after the pandemic, to offending by convicted criminals who should have been tagged but were not, Courts Desk helped journalists to join the dots, securing justice for victims and exposing failures in policy. I still want to know why the Justice Secretary wanted to delete this archive. And I want to know why ministers blamed Courts Desk for a serious data breach when documents released since show that the MOJ considered the breach low risk and not worthy of a referral to the Information Commissioner. The Minister can explain if she wishes. I will be willing to intervene.
Of course, yes. Yeah, happily. I will happily give way.
Protocol is that the other member would want to intervene, but I take the encouragement, and the Minister rose to it as well, so well done to the Shadow Justice Secretary. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Courtshare specifically, the Shadow Secretary of State will know that this is a private company providing a subscription-based specialist data platform that provides specialist services to journalists. It is aggregating magistrates' court data. This was not stopping data sharing with Court's desk at all. This was not about reducing transparency. This was merely a commercial sensitivity proposal that was taken temporarily offline whilst we were determining new contracts. This was not regarding transparency.
Must be short. Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think she's been taking lessons from the Prime Minister. That answer might as well have been reading the phone book rather than answering the question. I don't think we are. Well, the answer the Minister just gave was completely unsatisfactory. There was an attempt to delete the archive. I will certainly give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I wonder if he agrees with me that if there was no intention to delete any data, why was it that the chairman of the Justice Affairs Select Committee, with the support of that committee, wrote to the Lord Chancellor asking him to stop the deletion of that data?
Well, that is indeed a very good point. I mean, the Minister has her side of the argument. On the other side of the argument is the Justice Select Committee, pretty much every journalist involved in crime and court reporting, the company involved, and opposition parties of all colours. So I think we know what is going on. I was relieved, Madam Deputy Speaker, that after the Conservative campaign to save Court's desk, the Justice Secretary did in fact bottle it and back down. He should do the same today and back Amendments 1 and 3. The lack of transparency in our criminal justice system explains some of the darkest moments in our history. The crimes of the rape gangs were despicable, racially and religiously aggravated, with victims targeted because of their vulnerability. And the criminals were not just the rapists, but all those who colluded and were complicit in these depraved, sustained attacks. The police officers, the social workers, the local officials and the councillors. Some were guilty because they abused those poor girls themselves, some because they helped others to abuse them, and some because they had the chance to stop it but refused to do so. Some were motivated by malice, and some because they chose to tolerate evil because they didn't want to challenge the official narrative about diversity and multiculturalism. With the rape gangs and with other acts of corruption and criminality, we know the politics of communalism is so often lurking. In parts of our country, clan culture is corrupting our public institutions and the rule of law itself. As we saw in the West Midlands recently, the authorities chose not only to turn a blind eye, but to make themselves the willing tools of those they should confront. And if we want to confront all these things, if we want to save our country from corruption and ruin, we need victims of crime, journalists and campaigners and the general public to be given the information they need to expose the truth. We need government not to hinder this noble cause, but to use its power to ensure justice is done. That's why we need far more transparency in the justice system, and why today we will vote in favour of Lord's Amendments 1 and 3. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister has told us that the government will not support any of these Lord's amendments. However well reasoned, however thought through, and however well scrutinised, the response of this government to 3 months of consideration in the House of Lords is to overturn every single change their lordships have recommended. The changes to the bill made in the other place would deliver more transparency and more access to justice for victims. They would give charities and victims abroad more support. They would give victims the power to ensure sentences are fairer. They would show to anybody with an interest what is happening in our courts. They would help journalists and others to join the dots and expose the patterns of criminality and failures to enforce the law. But this government refuses them all. Without transparency, Madam Deputy Speaker, there can be no accountability, and without accountability, there can be no justice. This is something we understand, and it's something those on the benches opposite would do well to understand too. We will vote to support the Lord's amendments this evening, and so should they.
Kirith Entwistle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to speak in today's debate. I first spoke on this bill at second reading when I said that victims in Bolton had waited far too long for a system that truly works for them. This bill delivers critical reforms to protect victims and rebuild confidence in our justice system, from powers to tackle non-attendance at hearings to measures strengthening the rights of victims. It will help victims get the justice that they deserve, and I'm pleased that this Labour government is getting on with the changes that victims and campaigners have needed for far too long. I'm particularly pleased to support the measures in this bill that strengthen victims' rights to receive information. The dedicated victim helpline and the updated victim contact scheme will help end uncertainty and stop victims having to keep chasing for basic updates. That is also why I can understand the intention behind Laws Amendments 1 and 3 on court transcripts. They are trying to address the same basic problem: victims not getting clear enough information about decisions that affect them. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, victims deserve clarity and the process must be more transparent. But the government has been consistent in saying that these amendments go further than is currently operationally feasible. If we create duties that the courts do not have the capacity to fill safely, victims will be let down once again. And if we promise a process that cannot be delivered in practice, we are not building trust, we are undermining it. This bill marks an important step forward in strengthening the rights of victims, ensuring offenders are held to account and rebuilding confidence in our justice system. For victims in Bolton who have waited far too long to be properly informed, supported and heard, this bill will make a real difference and I am proud to support it.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill returns to us from the other place where Liberal Democrat colleagues have championed a number of crucial amendments which come before us today, concerning changes to the unduly lenient sentencing scheme, the Victims Code, access to free court transcripts and more. It's really positive and I'm really pleased to hear the Minister supporting those amendments today in principle and hearing her commitment that she will take those away with her team to make sure that they're workable before bringing them back to this place. And of course, Liberal Democrats will hold the government to account on all of those amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, and make sure that is done as quickly as possible for the sake of the victims. On Lord's Amendment 1, I'm proud my colleagues in the other place have been building on the successes of my honourable friend, the member for Richmond Park, and her long-running campaign for free court transcripts for victims. This amendment would give victims a right to receive court transcripts of the route to verdict and bail decisions relating to their particular case, free of charge. This compares to a victim's right at present, whereby this is only available where a defendant has actually been convicted of an offence. Liberal Democrats will be voting for this amendment today to build on this Act and make further much-needed progress by extending the current scheme. I would urge all colleagues from across the House to join us in doing so. Regarding Lord's Amendments 5 and 7, we Liberal Democrats, led by Baroness Brinton in the other place, have sought to clarify and amend the unduly lenient sentencing scheme. This scheme ensures that victims who feel a sentence to an offender is unduly lenient can appeal to the court. However, in practice, many victims are completely unaware that this mechanism even exists, often being told after their short 28-day appeal window has closed. And some of these cases involve families of victims who have faced some of the most horrific crimes, including brutal murder cases, with harrowing details about what has happened to them or members of their family laid out before them in court in full for the first time. Understandably, this can put them through severe emotional strain, trauma, and have other distressing effects. And for many, the last thing on their mind would be on procedures like appeals. Once they reach a stage where they've processed their grief, the short 28-day window has sometimes already passed, if they were even aware that they could appeal at all. Therefore, to address these issues, our Liberal Democrat new clauses seek to make allowances for this 28-day timeframe to be extended in exceptional circumstances and place much greater responsibility onto criminal justice agencies to ensure victims are fully aware of their rights to appeal and how quickly they must do so. Greater awareness of victims' rights in relation to the unduly lenient sentence scheme could, for instance, form part of a judge's sentencing remarks following a trial. rather than left as an afterthought that might not be covered at all. Moving on to Lord's Amendment 2 relating to changes to the Victims' Code, which would require the Secretary of State to outline how the rights in the Victims' Code applies to the families of those killed as a result of murder, manslaughter or infanticide outside of the UK. This amendment follows the outstanding work of my honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, who pushed for these changes at an earlier stage of this bill. While I understand it would be unreasonable for us to mandate other countries to enforce the UK's Victims' Code, what we are seeking is to afford the families of these victims the same rights and treat them as victims under the Code. I'm therefore very pleased that our colleagues in the other place have given this sensible and much-needed amendment a chance here once again. I'd urge all colleagues to vote for all of these excellent amendments. They are incredibly important to the victims and their families. I hope the Minister will come back to the House to confirm precisely when these can be brought forward by the Government in workable legislation. And for the record, I would like to commend the work of our colleagues, both in this House and the other place, Madam Deputy Speaker, on these issues that are so vital to victims' rights and our justice system as a whole.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Victim and Courts Bill is part of this Government's wider reforms of our justice system that will, in the round, better protect victims and improve their access to justice as well as that of defendants. So I really welcome its measures to improve communications with victims, to reform non-disclosure agreements, to ensure that defendants appear at sentence hearings and to restrict the parental rights of child sex offenders. Today, I want to focus my remarks on proposed amendments to the financing of private prosecutions, Amendments 4 and 7. The bill amends the 1985 Prosecution of Offenders Act to provide a new power for the Lord Chancellor to prescribe the rates at which prosecutors acting in private prosecutions can recover expenses properly incurred by them from central funds. Now, this proposal draws on a related recommendation of the Justice Committee on which I serve. The rates themselves would not be set by the Lord Chancellor, but instead will be consulted upon and implemented through secondary legislation. So it's very important that the Government, through the Lord Chancellor, has the power to control the rates that can be claimed and paid. The Lord's Amendment seeks to leave out Clause 12, which therefore seeks to prevent that power from being accorded to the Lord Chancellor. Now, in my view, the Lord Chancellor needs that power. Ours is a public justice system, after all, albeit one which has long accommodated private prosecutions. The current arrangements contribute to iniquity in our justice system, something that this bill seeks to address more broadly. In recent decades, we've seen some landmark private prosecutions. The case brought by the parents of Stephen Lawrence. The cases brought by the RSPCA and other charities. The cases brought by the Cyclists Defence Fund and others. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, although we might argue that in a properly functioning justice system we would no longer need private prosecutions, we clearly do need them, and if we do still need them, we need to be able to exert proper control over the resources expended on them. Thank you.
Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it'd be easy for anyone watching proceedings today, with the Chamber not having many members here, with talk of Lord amendments, for people to perhaps think this is just some technical issue, some minor point of debate. But actually the votes today really do matter. They matter to victims who currently are being charged often thousands of pounds for the transcripts of court hearings in which they are involved. It matters to our legal system in terms of how open it is, what transparency there is. And we also know it matters to the public. Over 200,000 people signed a public petition on this very issue that was debated in Westminster Hall just this week, on Monday. So actually, whilst people might refer to the issue of Lord amendments, this actually is an important set of votes. And I just very gently say to the Minister, it did sound a bit like listening to an episode of Yes Minister, where her remarks were, I fully support giving victims more rights, and that is why today I'm going to vote against every one of the amendments to do so. And I, just as she was speaking, was writing down some of her phrases. So she said that this is legislation for victims. as if the amendments in the Lords aren't to empower victims when they clearly are. She said, and I quote, that she wants to go further. Well, it's no wonder her own colleague, the member for Rotherham, says she was confused. She wasn't the only one confused by someone who says, I want to go further by voting against the amendments which enable us to go further. And she justifies that inconsistency by saying she needs to consult more. She needs to consult the judiciary, as if the government's been ambushed by its own legislation. They control the timing of this legislation. They brought this legislation to the House. And then they say, oh, actually, the timing's not right. We need more time to consult. Well, it's they themselves that are legislating and have controlled the timing. If they needed to consult, they could have done that in a timely fashion. And then she said that she accepted the challenge that 14 days gives pressure in terms of the interplay with the unduly lenient sentences, where there's a 28-day time window. So again, just to explain that in lay terms, if people want to appeal a sentence which they feel is unduly lenient, they have to do that within 28 days. But if they can't get access to the transcript in a timely fashion, their ability to do that is severely constrained. And yet this is legislation the government controls. It's controlled the timing of when it's been introduced. And yet they're going to ask Labour members to vote against these amendments today. Is it any wonder they keep U-turning, Madam Deputy Speaker? Because they're saying one thing, and then they're going to vote to do the opposite today, on the basis that at some point in the future they may come round to doing what they say they want to do at the moment. And she says that more can't be done now, whilst also pointing as the reasons for that issues like technical issues and constraints, whilst also saying, but we are overcoming those constraints in terms of sentencing remarks. And again, there's no can-do. There's lots of things in a court bundle ahead of a court hearing. There's witness statements. There's a huge amount of documentation. There's vastly more information that could be shared with victims in a timely way. And yet those discussions don't seem to have taken place. And instead what we're getting is, and it's no wonder my right honourable friend, the member for Bridgewater, said that it was waffle. You know, what we got was, we're going to have guidance. We're going to have work on awareness. We're going to have that government catch-all of a code, as if this is a replacement to actually giving victims the access to the transcripts they want. And so the crux of the issue is this is legislation the government is introducing. The Lords quite rightly has scrutinised it and seen that on the timescales there are constraints, which the government doesn't dispute, it accepts, that actually there is a good case for victims to have more access to transcripts. And indeed, on Monday in Westminster Hall, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary for Justice said, and I quote, "There is an issue of transparency regarding court transcripts. Isn't it therefore bizarre, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government today will ask their own backbenchers to vote against doing what they accept is a real issue for victims of crime?"
Lorraine Beaver.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the progress that has been made on this bill. It is right that we are taking the steps to rebuild trust in a system that, for too long, has left victims feeling invisible and unheard. Measures to compel offenders to attend their sentencing hearings are welcome. No family should be denied the chance to see justice simply because an offender refuses to face what they have done. And the protection for children, especially in cases of sexual violence, are long overdue. I want to speak specifically in relation to the Amendments 5 and 6, and I want to speak about my constituent Katie Brett. Katie's little sister, Sasha Marsden, was just 16 years old when she was brutally murdered, raped, and then set on fire. The sheer horror of that crime is beyond words. The pain her family lives with every single day is unimaginable to most of us. And yet, after enduring the traumatic trial and the devastation of their loss, Katie and her family
were faced with another injustice. They had 28 days to challenge the sentence they believed did not reflect the severity of the crime. What is worse, they weren't even told that they had this right. For the family of a victim, the trial of the perpetrator is always traumatising. But in cases like these, where Sasha's family heard the brutal details of her murder for the first time at that trial, most of us would not be emotionally ready to fight another fight and understand the complex legal processes within 28 days of hearing the sentence. 28 days to grieve, 28 days to understand the complex legal system, 28 days to find the strength to fight once more. This is not a meaningful right, this is a barrier. Katie has shown extraordinary courage in turning her grief into action. Through her campaign for Sasha's Law, she is asking for something perfectly reasonable. More time for victims' families to seek a review of sentences that they believe are unduly lenient. The government is absolutely right to be looking at ways to improve communications to victims' families, ensuring that they know their rights and to appeal under the unduly lenient sentencing scheme. But I must make a point to the front bench. 28 days is not enough. Even if you are informed of your rights to appeal, 28 days is how long you have to return a T-shirt. The families deserve longer to consider whether they wish to appeal. I understand the government's concerns that there must still be an end date placed on this longer deadline, which is why Amendments 5 and 6 before us cannot be supported. But I urge the government to listen to Katie and the many other families who have suffered at the hands of the status quo, and ensure that the issue is revisited and as the bill continues to progress. Offenders are afforded multiple opportunities to appeal. They are given time, process and support, but the victims' families are given just one chance and very limited time on that. This cannot be right. It cannot reflect the values we say our justice system is built upon, and the values that the Labour government was elected to put into action. If we are serious about putting victims at the heart of the justice system, then we must ensure that their rights are real. This bill takes important steps forward, but it must not be the end of the conversation. It must be the beginning of doing better. For Katie, for Sasha, for every family forced to navigate the grief and injustice at the same time. Let us make sure that our justice system does not just deliver outcomes, but delivers humanity, fairness and a time that victims need to truly seek justice. Thank you.
Final backbench contribution, Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I'll be speaking in regards to Lord's Amendment 2, requiring the Secretary of State to issue an appendix to the Victims Code, setting out how that code applies to families of British nationals who are the victim of murder, manslaughter or infanticide abroad. This is not a new argument in this chamber. I tabled amendments at report stage, making precisely this case, as well as holding an adjournment debate last year and raising the question to this minister several times. And I do thank her for her work with me and with others on this topic. It's also important to thank the charity Murdered Abroad, and specifically Eve Henderson, who've been working for a long time on this issue, as well as the late Baroness Newlove, who her time as Victims Commissioner worked with Murdered Abroad and myself to be able to make sure that amendments that were brought to this bill were workable within the view of the Victims Commission. Murdered Abroad is a campaign made up of bereaved families who have turned their grief into a distinct call for change. Families who are part of Murdered Abroad all have one thing in common. A family member of theirs, a British citizen, who was murdered whilst they were outside of the UK. And their calls are asking for one simple thing: equal treatment. They're asking for structured statutory support that any family will receive if tragedy struck on British soil. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, a British life lost is a British life, no matter where in the world that loss occurred. And each year, around 80 families receive the news that one of their loved ones has been murdered abroad. Sometimes this is via a police officer, but all too often it is given to them by a journalist who found out the news first and is asking for their comment. When this tragedy strikes, it sends any family into an unimaginable position. But when this happens outside of the UK, families are left with so many other complications that they must contend with. They need to navigate foreign legal procedures, untranslated documents, and distant court proceedings with patchy and often inconsistent support from their own government, all at times of trauma, vulnerability, and mourning. Matthew was sitting in a bar when 2 door staff rushed over and grabbed him. They were joined by 2 more, who threw him down a metal staircase. At the bottom, witnesses saw them kicking and hitting him, and a UK post-mortem identified over 20 injuries on Matthew's body. When his mother called the FCDO, she was told he died of alcohol consumption. The same morning, newspapers in Greece rang the headline, "Teen drinks himself to death." Matthew's mum had to fight tooth and nail to get a family liaison officer. She had to fight tooth and nail for translation support getting documents into English, which ended up being paid for by Derbyshire Police because the FCDO would not pay for it themselves. Alison and Paul's son Danny was killed in Amsterdam in 2022, aged just 22 years old. They explained how navigating lengthy and complex Dutch judicial procedures in foreign languages whilst also having to arrange matters such as repatriation without any support given to them was an immense challenge, all whilst they were dealing with the trauma of having their son killed. They do not know the amount of untold stress that added on to them and their daughter at a time where they needed the support from our government. In these circumstances, the government should be supporting these families in any way that they can. Let me be clear what Lord's Amendment 2 does and what it does not do. It does not seek to interfere with foreign judicial systems and does not place unworkable demands on the FCDO. What it does do, however, is establish a statutory baseline, ensuring that bereaved families have access to support and guidance that any other family of homicide would receive. What this Lord's Amendment does specifically is put an appendix into the Victims Code to say that we must provide specific guidance explaining to these families what support they can access. It explains that families must be given information by the British government about how the foreign criminal justice process works, not getting involved in that process, not interfering with it, but explaining what these families can expect, outlining how families should be given a dedicated family liaison officer supporting families at the worst time. Some police forces do this already, but many don't. And many police forces, we have heard, will tell families they are not entitled to family liaison officers at all, only for immense pressure from families to end up having those police forces back down and giving them the flow that they need. When everything else in the world has gone wrong, it should not be for these British families to have to push the police to give them the flow that they should be entitled to. It also outlines how the government will need to provide translation services for these families. Far too many families have spoken to me and have told me how they've been told by the government to use Google Translate to get death certificates back into English. It's not acceptable. It is not something that we can accept ever again. And one family who I heard from recently telling me how they had to go onto Google Translate to find out that their son's organs had been removed from his body. That was Google Translate telling them. That's not acceptable. That's not something we can accept. And the government need to go further to provide translation services for these families. Now, the government's position set out in a letter to members on the 23rd of March has said that this amendment would raise expectations that cannot be met and risk confusing the legislative framework. Madam Deputy Speaker, these arguments are remarkable when what we're talking about is an appendix to the Victims Code laying out what support these families can expect from the British government. The suggestion that setting out in statute what support bereaved families can expect will somehow undermine the entire Victims Code does not stand up to scrutiny. And that's not something that I'm saying or that we Liberal Democrats are saying, but it's something that the Victims Commissioner must believe when the Victims Commissioner was pleased to see that this amendment was voted on and succeeded by the Lords. If I cannot understand how this amendment would raise expectations that cannot be met and confuse the legislative framework, and neither can the Victims Commissioner, I don't understand how the government could do so. The Minister also points to guidance published in January 2026. as evidence of the government's commitment, and I do welcome this guidance. But guidance is guidance. Guidance is not the law. Guidance can be ignored, and guidance has no real enforcement mechanism. If the government genuinely believes that these families deserve support, then we must ask the question why they don't say so in statute. Last month, I met with families from across the country whose loved ones were murdered abroad. And among this group were families who lost loved ones this year after the guidance had come into force. That guidance hasn't protected them. They've fallen through exactly the same gaps that were in the system before this guidance and as are in place since this guidance. And that reason is clear. Guidance is not statutory. Guidance is a guide, it can be ignored, and too often is. What we need is a statutory appendix to the Victims Code setting out what those victims, what support those victims will receive and how the Victims Commissioner and their team can support it. It's a lack of consistency that we are seeing. When families meet together and some families are given a flow and some families are told they cannot receive a flow, that is the problem that we are looking towards. Because we must be able to do better than the position that we currently are doing. I would ask, Madam Speaker, one question of the Minister. I'd like to find out from the Minister about the transparency that comes through in the needs assessment carried out by the Victim Support Homicide Service. What criteria are used to decide on the family's needs following homicide abroad? Because that is something that neither the Victims Commission or Murdered Abroad charity members are able to find out what is in there, what results are coming through, what criteria are being used, and that's why families feel that this lack of consistency and accountability is coming out so often.
Minister Davies-Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank all honourable and right honourable members who have contributed to this debate today. To answer the questions of the honourable member for Maidenhead first, as he spoke last, and they are fresh in my mind, I will endeavour to get him that information that he asks for. He may not have seen or be aware of the new draft Victims Code that has been published and is out for consultation at the moment, but page 8 in black and white contains the provisions that will now apply to those who are bereaved due to homicide or manslaughter abroad. And we are building on this Victims Code through the consultation, and I look forward to hearing his views as the consultation is open until the 30th of April. But we are determined to do more, as I said, on translation as well, once the contract ends on the homicide service in 2027, so that we can support these victims and bereaved family members so they never have to go through some of the horrific examples that the honourable member cites. Can I thank and place on record my sincere gratitude to my friend, the Honourable Member for Blackpool North and Fleetwood, for her unwavering campaigning on behalf of her constituent, Katie Brett. I was very, very grateful to her for coming to the meeting that the Ministry of Justice convened with victims recently on the Unduly lenient sentencing scheme, so that we could hear directly from Katie and Tracy Hansen and others on what would be most beneficial in terms of legislative changes going forward. Not just that statutory duty to be notified and specify who would notify you, but on that time limit and how best it can be applied in circumstances like Katie's, so that Sasha's law can be properly looked at. And to the point that the right honourable gentleman, the member for North East Cambridgeshire, made, I understand it can be difficult for him, given that when he was in government, the legislation passed clearly was not workable or sound or had any efficiency on the ground. This government takes a different approach, which is why, although we agree with the sentiment in the other place on a number of these amendments, we have to make sure that they are legally workable, sound, responsible and effective. That is what a responsible government does, and that is what I am determined to do as the Minister responsible. I will happily give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Was highlighting was just the inherent contradictions in her remarks. Even then, just summing up, she said we're going to go further in 2027. In her opening remarks, she said we can't go further because there's technical impediments. So the point is there's just inherent contradictions in the government's narrative.
I'll try to break it down simpler for the right honourable gentleman, because clearly he's not listening. Patronising but truthful, given that what I'm saying is the government is determined to go further in the right way. We agree with the sentiments in the Lords. However, those amendments are not workable. They will not work in this legislation where practically possible. We will be bringing legislative changes forward. We will be working with right honourable members across this House to make sure this happens, but not in a way that would be a dereliction of duty and disrespectful to the victims for which this government represents. They are at the forefront of this legislation, and we need to make sure that the bill works in practice. I appreciate that he was part of a government that clearly did not do that. I'm also incredibly grateful to those who have supported the measures within this bill going forward, particularly the victims who have waited far too long for change. They want a justice system that treats them with dignity, keeps them informed, and ensures that offenders are properly held to account. This bill does deliver on tangible improvements that can be implemented while sitting alongside those wider reforms that will modernise our court process and put victims at the heart of the system. Today, this House has the opportunity to support and protect victims and restore confidence in our justice system, and I urge the House to support this bill and reject the Lord's amendments.
Yeah. The question is, Mr. Wood, if you're ready, I will continue, with your permission, obviously. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No. No.
Aye. Division, clear the lobby. On my feet, and they should be seated. The question is as on the order papers. Many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. That's better. Tenants for the ayes are Jade Bottrell and Gregor Poynton. Tenants for the noes are Gregor Stafford and David Reid. For you? Good. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 291. The noes to the left, 158.
The ayes to the right, 291. The noes to the left, 158. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 2. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Thanks, move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many of their opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no.
No.
Petition, clear the lobby. Colleagues paying attention, Mr. Minister Faulkner. The question is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no.
No.
Tell us with the ayes are Jade Bottrell and Gregor Poynton. Tell us with the noes are Greg Stafford and David Reid. When you're ready, Mr. Shanks. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 295. The noes to the left, 162.
The ayes to the right are 295. The noes to the left, 162. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 3. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
No.
Petition. Clear the lobby.
We did a change.
He's not even wearing a jacket.
It's even worse when you're standing up, turn your back to me in the chamber without a jacket. It just continues, doesn't it? The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
No.
Tenants for the ayes are Jade Bottrell and Gregor Poynton. Tenants for the noes are Rebecca Paul and Greg Stafford.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 286. The noes to the left, 163.
The ayes to the right were 286. The noes to the left were 163. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 4. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords and their Amendment 4. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order point paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
For the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Gregor Point and Jade Botterill. Tellers for the noes, Harriet Cross, Rebecca Paul. Order.
The ayes to the right, 300. The noes to the left, 149.
The ayes to the right were 300. The noes to the left were 149. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 5. I call the Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No.
Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Gregor Point and Jade Bottrell. Tellers for the noes, Harriet Cross, Rebecca Paul. order.
The ayes to the right, 292. The noes to the left, 162.
The ayes to the right were 292, the noes to the left were 162. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 6. I call the Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 6. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division, clear the lobby.
Division.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Gregor Poynton, Jade Botterill. Tellers for the noes, David Reid, Harriet Cross. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 290. The noes to the left, 163.
The ayes to the right were 290, the noes to the left were 163. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlocked. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 7. I call the Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 7. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments. That Alex Davies-Jones, Jake Richards, Phil Brickell, Joe Powell, Melanie Ward, Nick Timothy and Zoe Franklin be members of the committee, that Alex Davies-Jones be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1 to 7. That Alex Davies-Jones, Jake Richards, Phil Brickell, Joe Powell, Melanie Ward, Nick Timothy and Zoe Franklin be members of the committee, that Alex Davies-Jones be chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. That concludes consideration of the Lord's Amendment to the Victims and Courts Bill. I'll give the front benches a few moments to settle. We now come to the presentation of public petitions. Petition, Mr Lee Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having tabled an EDM, a presentation bill, and hosted a Westminster Hall debate on equine road safety, I'm now pleased to be able to submit this petition that declares that horses and riders face significant risk on UK roads due to inadequate enforcement of passing distances and limited driver education. We therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to introduce legislation to make the minimum passing speeds and distances for horses in the Highway Code a legal requirement, to require equine safety to feature in all driving theory tests, and to introduce standards for the teaching of equestrian safety in driver education. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Road safety of horses and others.
Petition, James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From October 2024 onwards, I did my best to engage fully and properly with the assisted dying debate which took place across England and Wales. I met campaigners on both sides of the debate in my constituency of Rushcliffe and did my best to explain to my constituents the conclusions that I came to at all times. Today, I am bringing forward a petition signed by residents from my constituency who tracked me down in the pouring rain while I was door knocking in Keyworth a few weeks ago. Such was their commitment to this cause. They wanted me to know that while they respect the need for the scrutiny of the Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill, they are concerned that the bill will not become law because the parliamentary session is likely to end in the coming weeks before the bill has returned to this chamber. They do not want to return to second and third reading debates in future, and like many ordinary people who would like to see the law change, all laws change, from this place, they are finding the processes opaque and slow. Their trust in the system is waning. To that end, Hilary, Joe, Robert, Patricia, Eve, Karen and many other constituents who signed this petition asked whether I would formally put their concerns on the parliamentary record, which I am. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to take such actions as are within its power to facilitate the progress of the Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill.
Petition Bell Rivera Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on this day, the 25th of March, very deliberately, the UN's International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade, the very day a UN resolution formally declaring the transatlantic slave trade a crime against humanity is being debated, a resolution we are yet to confirm that the UK will support. Further to the All-Party Parliamentary Group for African Reparations online petition that has received almost 2,000 signatures, I present this petition on behalf of British residents who are outraged that this government has never issued an unequivocal apology for Britain's central role in African chattel enslavement and colonialism. Expressions of sorrow and regret are not an apology, neither are they befitting of the crimes that were committed or Britain's role in one of the gravest crimes in human history. We cannot begin to address the legacy of this injustice without first having the courage to acknowledge it. Atonement must start with truth. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to issue a full and meaningful apology on behalf of the UK government for Britain's role in African chattel enslavement and colonisation and establish an all-party parliamentary commission of inquiry for truth and reparatory justice.
Yeah. Petition Britain's role in African chattel enslavement and colonialism.
Petition Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to present a petition signed by 65 residents of Derwent Avenue, Thurnview and Eden Court in Didcot relating to years of flooding on their streets and the perennial risk of flooding to their properties. I hope that Thames Water and the government will take note. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to ensure that Thames Water confirms that all possible measures will be put in place to mitigate against future sewage flood events from manhole 2201. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. 2201.
Petition flooding in Lady Grove, Didcot.
Petition Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure members and right honourable members across the House will agree that one of the best things of this job is working with people in our constituencies who see something that they want to change and want to do something about it. I hold in my hands a wonderful example of 256 my residents who want to do exactly that for Walsall Road in Lichfield. The petitioners request that the House of Commons urge the government to encourage Staffordshire County Council to place a 7.5-tonne weight limit upon the section of Walsall Road between its southerly junction with Lindbergh Avenue and its northern junction with Friary Road, and on that ongoing section of Friary Road to its junction with the Bowling Green roundabout. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition Walsall Road, Lichfield.
I beg to move that this House to now adjourn.
The question is that this House to now adjourn. Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I nearly wasn't here today. My mum, Una, has been critically ill in hospital, and if you'll indulge me for a few seconds, I just want to thank, from the bottom of my heart, the paramedics and the respiratory nurses who saved her life on Friday night, and the team at the Countess of Chester Hospital who've been working round the clock to make her stable and give us the gift of a bit more time with my mum. Now, she's doing really well now, she's stable, she's watching this debate on the laptop, my husband's managed to get it set up for her, and she told me herself last night that I'd better get down here and do this debate or else. Because, like most of the public, she's deeply angry about this issue, and she's right to be angry. It's one of the biggest scandals of our generation. Decades of suffering, unimaginable loss, and ultimately injustice inflicted upon our own servicemen, their families and the communities affected by Britain's nuclear testing programme.
And I want to expressly thank the Right Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings for his years of work and support on this issue. He's done far more than most. Lord Watson of Wyre Forest for his relentless work in the other place, the Honourable Member for South Shields and so many other supportive members who are here today. I also want to importantly thank the Nuclear Testing Veterans Campaign team themselves. Alan Owen and Lab Rats, John Morris and his lovely family, Steve Pearce and his mum, and most of all, journalist Susie Boniface, who's been relentless in her search for truth and justice. She's never wavered, never given up, and it's because of her groundbreaking search for the truth that I am stood here today to talk to you about the pivotal information that she's recently uncovered. And of course, I also want to thank the Minister and the Defence Secretary for their work and support on this issue so far. But I hope that Susie's recent work will now act as the catalyst for urgent government action. I also want to thank the Speaker for granting this important debate. I know he's long supported the nuclear testing veterans, and I hope that given the gravity of recent developments that I'm about to outline, that he will look favourably on my friend, the Right Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings' request for a longer debate on this issue. There are so many members who've contacted us both in the past few days wanting to represent their constituents on this very, very important issue.
Am I point with my honourable friend?
Yeah, of course I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. First, I would like to pay tribute to all those who served in our armed forces as part of the nuclear tests overseas, and those who suffered illness or died prematurely as a result of these tests, as well as the bereaved families and family members who were born with rare disabilities as a result of the radiation our nuclear test veterans faced. I am fortunate enough to have worked closely with some of the nuclear test veterans and families due to the Hillsborough Law campaign, and thank them for their incredible solidarity with the Hillsborough families and survivors. So I ask my honourable friend, who I thank for their outstanding work in trying to gain truth and justice for those test veterans who have been victims of a state cover-up, if she'll join me, the nuclear test veterans and the Lab Rats campaign in calling on the government to deliver the Hillsborough Law in full, without carve-outs for any state institutions, as a matter of urgency to bring justice for our nuclear test veterans and their families.
I very much thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and for his hard work and support of the Hillsborough Law campaign over the years. He's done an inordinate amount of work to try and make justice for them a reality, and I know he continues this work on a daily basis. But he's right, injustice is injustice, and for that injustice to be rectified, it only comes with full transparency, and there can't be any carve-outs for sensitive information or otherwise as part of the Hillsborough Law, because that denies justice to those who need it most. Yes, I will.
I'm extremely grateful to Honourable Lady for the warm words that she offered, and she gave me too much praise, really. This was a team effort. She's absolutely right, and the veterans deserve most praise, as she said. But our friendship in this place was formed in our joint commitment to those veterans and our shared outrage that over successive governments for decades, information was withheld, withdrawn, even distorted. I know she will speak more about that in the short time we have today, but I do hope we get that longer debate. It deserves that sort of scrutiny from people from across this chamber.
My right honourable friend is spot on, and I often refer to him as my partner in crime on this issue and a number of other issues in this House. It definitely demonstrates Parliament working at its very best when we come together on these issues of injustice and try to fight for those who've been affected by it. But he's spot on. We need to have a longer debate in this House on this important issue. The information that I'm about to talk about today is a turning point. It's pivotal, and it should spur on the government of today into taking the necessary action to compensate the victims of this scandal and to give them the inquiry that they so very much deserve. At best, there's been a systemic failure over the years. At worst, there's been a cover-up. But now is the time to implement a full inquiry and uncover the real truth. Because for 70 years, governments of all colours, through the Ministry of Defence, the Atomic Weapons Establishment, and successive administrations have maintained a singular, consistent line that radiation exposure at Christmas Island was negligible, that any contamination was minimal, contained and harmless, and that those who served there were not placed at any meaningful risk.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Yes.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I just wondered if she'd join with me in commemorating the life and legacy of Alan Dowson, who until very recently was a councillor in my constituency, first elected in 1971, and served as a Labour councillor for most of the intervening years. And when he was 19 years old, he was one of those veterans who observed that on Christmas Island several times. He's talked many times about how you could see the bones in your hands from the level of light that was coming through. And he has campaigned on this issue for so many years, and I just wanted to get his name onto the parliamentary record.
Thank you, and full respect to his constituent. I can only imagine what he suffered. Even the tales of serving on Christmas Island and seeing the bones in your hand, that would have a considerable psychological effect on you for the rest of your life. But it's what these men and their families suffered when they came home that was so brutal and so disturbing, because the men knew that they were exposed to radiation. Studies showed that they were subjected to the same level of radiation as clean-up workers at Chernobyl. They suffered cancer after cancer. Many of them died young, and those who were lucky enough to live longer faced miscarriages, a raft of medical problems, and worse, many of their children were born with defects or health issues due to the altered DNA. And today the claim that they suffered no risk is wrong. It's been fundamentally undermined, and that, as I said, is thanks to Susie Boniface's groundbreaking work. A previously undisclosed 2014 Atomic Weapons Establishment report was only released in February of this year after months of resistance, reveals that radiation was, in fact, present across inhabited areas of Christmas Island. Not just in isolated, uninhabited zones, not just in trace amounts, but in the sea, in the fish, in the lagoons, near water sources, and crucially, within the main camp where British personnel lived and worked. And let me be clear about what this means. For decades, the veterans were told that no fallout had been recorded. Families grieving the loss of loved ones, young men like sapper Billy Morris, who died at just 18 from leukemia, were told that there was no link. Courts were told the same, Parliament was told the same, the public was told the same. But this data reveals a very different story. It shows elevated radiation levels in fish, up to 7 times background levels by some measures. It shows contamination in the very food that servicemen were eating regularly. It shows that drinking water sources were potentially exposed. It shows that monitoring systems were incomplete, inconsistent, and in some cases entirely absent. And most damning of all, it shows that many of those living and working in these areas were not even issued with film badges to measure their exposure. So when government ministers stood at this dispatch box over the years and reassured the House that doses were indistinguishable from background radiation, what exactly were those reassurances based on? Because the data was there. The authors of this 2014 report are unequivocal. The earlier reports from 1990 and 1993, the very documents relied upon in court cases and pension claims, were incomplete and inaccurate. Incomplete and inaccurate, but yet they were used as the very foundation for denying these men and their family justice. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't just a technical discrepancy. It's not a minor administrative oversight. At best, it's a systemic failure, but at worst, it's a cover-up. Yes.
I thank so much my honourable friend for giving way, and I pay tribute to Susie Boniface for the incredible amount of work she's been doing, and all members across the House for this really important work. I was utterly astounded when I read the report and understood that this, even though the reports weren't available until much later, but the evidence has been there since 1957.
Right? We have known that there has been readings that I read, double the amount, you said 7 times the amount for this length of time. We know that these people have been exposed, and yet for one reason or another, whether cover-up, whether just through lack of, a systemic kind of good filing system, whatever it is, this information has not come to light. Now, I appreciate that the Prime Minister has given lots of good words of support, and the Minister, Secretary of State for Defence, has also given lots of warm words. But quite frankly, right now, what we need is our heroes, our British veterans, to get the support that they need. Some of them are not going to live much longer, and we absolutely need a 1-year rapid review right now so that they can get the justice that they deserve. It is far too long. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this is a matter of immediate urgency? Thank you, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. She's been a doughty campaigner on behalf of her own party on this very issue, and I thank her for the work that she's done in this House. But she's right. The veterans aren't asking for special treatment, they're just asking for the truth, and they're asking for justice. Many of these men, if they are lucky enough to still be alive, are in their 80s. Time is running out for them, and they need to see justice now, and that's why it's so important to have the urgent 1-year inquiry, and I'll come on to that point later in my contribution. And I just wanted to go back to Christmas Island and look at the lived reality of those servicemen. The men fished daily, that's known. They ate that fish sometimes every day. They drank desalinated water drawn from a marine environment now known to have been contaminated. They worked in extreme heat, increasing their intake of water and food as you do when you get hot, and therefore increasing the pathways through which radioactive material could enter their bodies. And this is the critical point. Ingested radiation is not the same as background exposure. It doesn't simply pass by. It lodges deep within the body. It decays slowly. It damages tissue. It alters DNA. And governments over the years have long relied on averages, on comparisons to natural background radiation, to sunlight, to medical imaging, for example. But those comparisons are fundamentally flawed because you can step out of sunlight if it's too hot. You can leave a room that's got radon gas in it. You can decline a medical scan if you're worried about it. But you can't remove radioactive particles that have been ingested and embedded deep within your body. And that distinction matters, but it's been completely ignored over the years. And what's equally troubling isn't just the existence of this data, which has been around for decades, but it's the pattern of its concealment. This information could have been disclosed at multiple points. In the 1950s, during the inquest into early deaths, in the 1980s, when the public concern was first intensified, in the 1990 and 1993 reports, in proceedings before the European Court of Human Rights, in High Court cases, in pension appeals, and as recently as 2024 when veterans sought access to their medical records. At every stage, the same narrative was maintained. At every stage, the data was absent. The 2014 report itself warned that the information could challenge the validity of statements made by government and could potentially overturn previous judicial decisions. And yet, instead of it being published, instead of coming clean, it was buried. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we've got to ask ourselves why. Why was a report that raised reasonable doubt not disclosed to the very people whose lives depended on its findings? Why were veterans denied access to that information that could have supported their claims for justice and compensation? Why were the courts allowed to rely on evidence that we now know to be fundamentally flawed? These aren't abstract questions. They go right to the heart of trust between the state and those who serve it. Because men and women in uniform are sent to carry out dangerous duties. They do so on the understanding that their government will act with honesty, with transparency and with integrity. But that trust has been broken. And now we've got a duty, not just a moral duty, but a political and a legal duty to put this right. So let me be clear about what the government must do next. First, there must be a full, independent public inquiry into the handling of radiation data from the nuclear testing programme. Not a limited review, not an internal investigation, a full inquiry with the power to compel evidence and testimony. Second, all relevant documents must be declassified and placed in the public domain. No more partial disclosures, no more work in progress justifications. The public interest in transparency far outweighs any institutional discomfort. Third, there must be a comprehensive review of all past legal cases and pension decisions that relied on the 1990 and 1993 reports. Where decisions were made on the basis of incomplete or inaccurate evidence, they must be revisited. And fourth, and most importantly, there must be a fair and just compensation scheme for nuclear testing veterans and their families. And there's a... Yes, I will be.
I intervene, well, first of all, to send my love to your mum, simple as that. But the other issue is that we've always emphasised in our debates over the years the urgency because of the age of the victims. What we need to do as well is recognise and make sure any inquiry recognises that this has gone down 2 generations now. And we've met the families, we've met the sons and daughters, we've met the grandchildren who have suffered extreme conditions as a result of, as my honourable friend, right honourable friend said, this has penetrated into the DNA of whole families. So it's not, there is a sense of urgency, but there's got to be a recognition of the significance of this through these 3 generations that we've witnessed.
Yeah, my right honourable friend is right, and my mum will be very excited that you've sent her a love. There'll be a pandemonium going on Ward 47 at the moment, I'll tell you. But my honourable friend is right, and there are certainly the urgent issues that the government must consider today, but beyond today, and beyond issuing an urgent and fast compensation scheme and a 1-year inquiry on the other points that I've referenced, I think there also needs to be a wider research project into the impact of the radiation on descendants and the support that's needed for them from governments over the years, because they've been completely neglected so far. But we know from our constituency surgeries the effects that have been felt right within families, and it's quite upsetting and harrowing sometimes to hear those stories and the fact that they receive very little government recognition for what they've suffered. Yes.
I know about this case, obviously, and it's a terrible history going back a number of years of cancers and other illnesses caused by this exposure. I wonder if the Honourable Member would forgive me for asking to raise a similar but a more contemporary situation affecting aircrew on military helicopters who are getting blood cancer. I've been struggling with getting data from the MOD on numbers of cases and testing of helicopter emissions. And we want to raise awareness for others flying those helicopters now, particularly the Sea King, because blood cancers, particularly myeloma, do seem to be arising in young people when that's normally not the case at all. And to encourage those people to seek testing for unusual symptoms like blood clots and request that the MOD dig deeper for that data.
My honourable friend raises another very important issue, and it goes to the heart of the point of today's debate, really, is that the government needs to be in a good place on this. Acknowledge that mistakes were made historically, but restore faith to all servicemen and women who put their lives at risk on a daily basis to keep us safe, that where it's found that their lives are put at risk by the actions of their government themselves, that will be made right, and they will get the support and the care that they deserve. And hopefully that will be at the heart of the Minister's response today. But finally, there's a number of very brief questions that I'd also like the Minister to answer today in relation to the 2014 report. Firstly, on what date did the Atomic Weapons Establishment tell the Ministry of Defence of this report's existence? Was the document ever produced to any judge? What steps are the government now taking to inform the judges and courts concerned and to inform war pensions in the future? In the past 6 months, what impact has